name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has that big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn, turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saved billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion, $1.4 trillion. It's hard to even say it so much.
7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts, unless you have a slight Indian accent.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts.
Let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know what's supposed to be on. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do.
Damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Will you ever run for political office again?
No. I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in his spreading of racism, the way he deals with color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We've had racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups.
Hello, we're back. How are y'all doing? Did anyone subscribe in the meantime? I don't think so. Yeah. Sorry, I've been gone for so long. Deport Take McRae right now. I need her out of the fucking country. I cut my hair, yeah. It's a little too short. I think I wanted, is the audio fine? I think so. I wanted, to the shoulders, or to my chin. And we did to my chin, but my hair curls a bit, so it went a bit shorter. But I like it. Yeah, already 6 Bidens. Yeah, I haven't been streaming that much, because I'm doing more with the podcast, which has been really exciting. I'm like a co-producer now. I don't know. I can't remember if we talked about it on the pod, but I'm doing a lot more content. I'm making more money of the podcast, so I'm probably just do like a weekly stream. And I think like an episode or a stream a week also means that like when I do stream, I have so much more to talk about. So just like Sundays, probably. I'll update the schedule. Adding a Beyblade segment. I thought we already had a Beyblade segment in the last one. Or no, I suggested that something was Beyblades, but then none of the boomer podcast co-hosts listen to me. Yeah, that should be a bit easier, I think. The Cash Patel pick, Canada, the Monger video. I don't know what that means. The Cash Patel stuff. It really is the Canadian century of humiliation. Am I a millennial? I don't think so. I think I'm a Zoomer. The cortisol level spiked. Yeah, I woke up today and because I slept through because it was like 5 a.m. is when the game was, and we lost in like overtime, didn't we? This is something like Americans don't give a fuck about it, which is so funny. There was the Canadian men's Olympic hockey. Chelsea victory, thank you. Um, not today. It's Jover. I'm so sad. Yeah, and then the main American hockey player was like hanging out with Kash Patel in the fucking. It was such a humiliation ritual, and the women's as well. We watched the women's too. Incredible humiliation ritual for Canada, and then this fucking like was it the DHS or the State Department posted that video of an eagle killing a goose, which like come on guys, really. Look, I understand that it's like a an expansionist fascist state that revels in violence and cruelty. But like really you gotta rub it like that. Like come on. Yeah, no, deeply embarrassing moment. Deeply embarrassing moment for the administration is deeply sick. And it was close, right? Like we almost won. Yeah, Hockey's fourth in line. I mean fucking Florida won the Stanley Cup last time against the Oilers. Florida. There shouldn't be a hockey team in Florida. That's not like how much of that is like recruitment of like domestic Floridians. And then we have to talk about number 2 looks max or androgenic. Getting his wig snatched. Did you all hear about this? They honestly a much higher cortisol level spike for me than the my entire country getting humiliated. It's literally, someone has pointed this out before, that like looks maxing has gotten to a point like it is just like directly gay now, and the evidence of that is that people are literally getting their wigs snatched. He's cooked. He's cooked. He got his wig snatched, dude. Sam Hanwich, thank you. Widow Speak is crazy. It's Jover. It's Jover. He's on the what do they call it? The Norwood Reaper. It's coming for him. Yeah, no. I've been enjoying more of the looks maxing stuff. I did an episode on it, which I thought could have been better. Because there's more of like the existentially horrifying parts of clavicular. I don't think I talked about that much. I talked more about the history of, if you haven't listened to the QA episode on clavicular getting frame mogged, I talked a lot more about the history of it because like I had already done a lot of that sort of research and I felt like that was kind of novel. He's like, what is the weird, just like incredibly cursed online community that this guy was involved in like a way that like I'm oddly sympathetic to, because I kind of understand this idea of like in Zoomer culture, like I kind of understand this idea of like it's online is a lot more real life than it used to be, and it's a lot easier. Like you don't pay attention for a second and you post enough on a weird, obscure, body dysmorphia producing website, and then that just becomes your entire life. Like that's you for the rest of your life, is you're the looks maxing guy. And it's not as if like clavicular didn't decide to do that. Like he did technically, I think, at Docs. Maybe it was like a Kiwi Farbs thing. I didn't look too much into it. But like he decided to go all in on it, right? The problem is just like before, people didn't have the decision. He literally murdered a guy with his car. What murder? That one, okay. In clavicular's defense for the vehicular manslaughter, my understanding is that was like an insane stalker. The guy he ran over was like this insane like kick streaming stalker who was like horrifying and trying to like block. I mean, if you know what, Squad W, if that was a lady doing that, you would think it was based. If that was a lady who's dealing with a kick streaming, like genuine insane sociopathic kick streaming stalker, you guys would think it was based. So it would be based. I mean, there you go. There you go. See, like he was acquitted for like he was not charged. No, I think of all the bad, honestly, my hot take, of all the bad things clavicular has done, I don't even like that one doesn't even process to me. That one hardly processes to me. I'm like, whatever. Not even top 10 for a clavicular. No, I mean the clavicular. Yeah, Agent Duckman, thank you. That's like saying it's okay because it happened on Jeffrey Epstein's island. I don't think that that's true. I don't think that those are the same thing. But I appreciate that you're trying out analogies in argument. I think you should keep it up because eventually you'll end. Sorry, that's mean. I'm just kidding. Udna, thank you for the prime. Florida's literally made it legal to run over people with your car. Look, listen, maybe they're doing something right in Florida. That is a very Florida thing. That is a very Florida thing. It's actually freedom to be able to hit someone with your car. Cause oh right, it's a protester murdering law, of course. No, I remember that. Yeah. If you think about it, the guy was protesting Clavicular's Twitch stream. Your Honor, the stalker was actually protesting my Twitch stream. What else are cars for? According to Adorno, that is exactly what they're for. Oh, it says my microphone is muted. I don't think it is. Okay. Yeah. What was I gonna say about clavicular? That like for like millennials especially, like you could have that online persona. You could be incredibly you're ruining your brain because of how intensely attached to this insane obscure body dysmorphia producing forum. But like you don't have the option for it to ruin your life outside of like doing something that would kill you. You don't have the option to be the looks maxer guy. And for Zoomers, it's like, oh, it's right there. You can make an absurd amount of money doing this because you have like this cultural moment surrounding you. You're like a stupid, impulsive 19-year-old. So you're like, of course I will. And then that's just you that's you for the rest of your life. And it is interesting because like for the most part, people were saying clavicular is like this year's Hawk Tuah. And I do think that the rise and fall will look a little bit similar, probably much more tragic for clavicular. What was I gonna say? But as clavicular is like the 2026. Fuck, my brain is not working today. We need the clav coin. Probably more violent. Yeah, I mean he might just like. He's not doing well. Like he's like decomposing, man. I don't actually know if he's doing math. That's a Biden account, sure. I don't know if he's actually doing math, whether that's like a joke, because he'll say things to be edgy, right? And that's like a big one. That's kind of like, but he's certainly doing a lot of shit that like he looks old. You know what I mean? He doesn't look 20, and I think it's just literally steroid abuse. Like the problem with one of the main issues with doing way too much, like he's doing the like, death maxing run where like you just take testosterone and you don't go to the gym that much. Because I saw a clip of him, wasn't he like, maybe it was misleading. The clip was misleading, but like he did like 3 reps of like a single plate on the bench. Right? Like he doesn't bench that much, which like is a product of the fact that he gets his muscle just from testosterone or from like, he's on tren, right? Yeah. Like it's, he actually did 17. Is that true? Because there was a clip that was edited in like a, in a suspicious way. It was deliberately cut. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah. But it seems like he's not, I mean, maybe that's just what he's saying. That he's doing the thing where you just take a shit ton of steroids and then don't go to the gym that much. But the problem with that, like, it does actually, it's very odd. Like, it does actually, like, doing that will make you as muscular as, like, you can possibly be. Maxing out everything, doing everything perfectly for, like, 5 years. Like, you'll get as muscular from just taking a shit ton of steroids and doing nothing as doing that. The problem is just that, like, all of your muscles get bigger when you're on testosterone, including like your heart. One plate, even 17 reps, is still weirdly low. Oh yeah, that's because it's like he was doing the Andrew Tate thing. Have you ever watched like an Andrew Tate video about like workout stuff? It's like really bad. For some reason, Andrew Tate is like really emphasizes these like super low weight, high rep stuff that's like way out of the range for like ideal muscle hypertrophy. I don't know why he does it, where he's like, I'm just gonna do 100 reps of like incline bench or whatever. And it's like there's no real. So I think maybe he's getting him on something like that. He has a big heart for his love of others. Yes, Clavicular's heart grew 3 sizes that day. He just really likes counting. Yeah, he thinks it's very intellectually stimulating. So I guess I guess he had him on that. But yeah, it does seem like he's weaker than you would expect for his physique, and it's just like, if you don't do a certain exercise repeatedly, like it doesn't matter how muscular you are, you're gonna be a lot weaker, I think, than you might expect. So yeah, I mean, he's probably just gonna ruin his. I mean, like, it's interesting. This is what I was gonna say. That like, similarly to Hawk Tuah, Clavicular is making an absurd amount of fucking money, right? Like a ridiculously large amount of money doing these streams. But like, no one is jealous of Clavicular in a way that they were jealous of Hawk Tuah. You know, like when people, it was like, oh, she has this free job, like she just doesn't have to work for the rest of her life. There's at least mention and recognition of that. Like the way that people talk about Clavicular, it doesn't seem like there's a jealousy at all in any way. It's like, yeah, no, I wouldn't want that to happen. People are definitely jealous of Clavicular. I guess it depends on who. It's the looks maxing children who are like, I want to. It's the people that he's selling on his thing, on his like body dysmorphia producing. I was going to talk about this more on the website, but I didn't really have any space for it. But like, it really does seem like the looks maxing stuff, and I mean, this is just like an extension of bodybuilding forms, I guess, but like to a greater extent, I guess, are just like the male version of like pro-ana, like eating disorder stuff, or like culturally male coded version of just like, because I was thinking about this with like, content warning, talking about eating disorders, like it is a really unusual, horrifying part of the internet is someone who's like not eating to the extent that like their body is falling apart, like their teeth are falling out, they're losing their hair because they just don't have enough like fucking protein to like keep going. Like you get these really bad heart conditions, and it's like someone who's glorifying it, who's like, it's different, like it's unique in that sense. Like you don't really get the same in terms of like an alcoholic who's like there are people online who are like, I'm an alcoholic and it's based. But do you get like communities of alcoholics who are like, yeah, no, I have a substance abuse disorder and it's based? Like, not really. I mean, like there are people, but it's like it's at such a more profound degree. And I do think that alcoholism is usually self-isolating. I think if the standard is that, then surely eating disorders are also quite self-isolating. By like really definition, I think. But it seems like the male version of that in a lot of ways, the culturally male coded version. Obviously there are men with eating disorders and there are women on the looks maxing forum. Of just like people who just have this really, and who make each other worse, I think fundamentally is the most important part of that. Like people who like have a really bad self-image and do these really dangerous things, right? Like Clavicular has advocated for minors to take testosterone to like become more masculine, which is like a very bad idea. One, because it's just like, I honestly don't even think that works in the way that they think it works. Like you're gonna get fucking, like, aren't you just gonna get like caveman forehead? Like it's not gonna do the thing that you want it to do. Yeah, put your student loans into surgeries because you get hotter, and it's like worth it. I watched the Adam Friedland. That is the thing. Like, there's a couple of those clips on the Adam Friedland show where it's like it's clear. Also, I love that like almost back to back on the episodes that I've done. like right before it came out that person went on the Adam Friedland show. Really got my finger on the pulse culturally, I guess, or cultural finger on the pulse minus maybe 2 weeks, or 2 weeks late. That it was like Nuzzy and then also clavicular. But yeah, like the thing where it was like, how long? I should just find the clip where Adam's like, how long does it take? Like, how long does it take for you to have sex? And he's like, it's a minute. Or what's having sex with you like? And it's like, it's a minute, and then you have to go to a clinic the next couple days. It's like an insane thing to say. As clavicular understands, like, he may be trapped in it. It was weird. I had a hard time articulating this weird balance that he has, where like there's a certain sense in which he is like one of the most sincere influencers I've ever seen online. Like that is his life. He isn't, as he says, like it's not a bit, it's not a character. He is just like being his like very socially anxious, especially because of how much how much steroids he's on, like kind of socially anxious, awkward self. But then at a certain level, like, it is the most kind of ironic, like, influencer I've seen. Like, or, it represents a new kind of, like, some of the millennial reporting on the issue had some sort of errors there where, like, you take what Clavicular says that he's done a little bit to face value. Because he's saying things to troll you. Like, he's trolling. He's saying things to get attention. It's a weird combination of like simultaneously someone who's trolling at the other level that like you're culturally not used to. These are influencers trolling at, like, usually if someone says that they're on meth, it's probably because they're on meth, Then at the same time, there's like far less planning that goes into Clavicular's identity. The difference between the character that he plays, if there is a character, and like Clavicular himself is like so much shorter. That difference is so much smaller than like most of the people who are like that. He never really had a point in which the personality that people perceived him as, because he went from presumably being a pretty awkward kid in high school to just like having an identity on the looks maxing form, becoming the looks maxing micro celebrity. And then that's like, that was his personality. That's how he existed. And now that's how he really mainly exists, right? If you look at like his streams, all of the people around him, he's living in this like horrific, like hyper capitalist world where every single person interacting with him, you can make an immediate assumption is doing so for their own self-interests. Like his like fake quote unquote girlfriend they were calling, who's like pretending to be like a lesbian femcel, and then it turned out that like actually she had a boyfriend and she was doing it for attention, and then like had started up a stream where she was making fun of him. And like she got a shit ton of money from subscribers on Kick, I believe. I didn't verify that myself. And then now you have this kind of like Zoolander-esque collection of different looks maxing characters, beginning with the quote unquote ASU frat leader, who, like, I was saying before, although is it Julian was disagreeing that like frat leaders aren't real, right? Like, you don't, that's not like a real title. Maybe I've just never been in a frat, so I don't know. Like, are there actually frat leaders? I feel like the hierarchy isn't that simple. Like, he's not there's a president. They like functionally exist. I guess there is like there's an alpha male hierarchy, but he doesn't even go to ASU, or I don't think he goes to ASU at all. Yeah, but he's not in that frat. But it's like a kind of very campy professional wrestling sort of thing now. Like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, and he's Albanian. Balkan excellence. Ex-girlfriend's not dating ASU frat leader. One flex leaves her speechless. And then the other side characters, the one we saw before, androgenic, who got his cortisol level spiked because he got his I guess because he's number 2 ranked Chad androgenic failed to locate ASU frat leader. Had linked up with Clavicular to prepare a coordinated attack. It is just like professional wrestling, slash Zoolander. This is interesting. You see this all the time. Like the streams are like humiliation rituals in a really profound way that like you would think that these sort of characters would kind of insulate their personality from the way that they interact with people, but like Clavicular at the very least I think is just too awkward of a guy to really pull that off.
Sorry, but you were not attractive. She's your girlfriend? Get her in line. She's gonna project onto me like that. That is unacceptable. Just move on. I don't think so. This ugly little fucking whore here called me ugly. She had the audacity to call me ugly. Mate. Wait, show your face on stream. No. Show your ugly face on stream, you bitch. Mate. Show your ugly fucking face on stream, you whore.
He's just doing this all day.
Mate, you don't say that. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Show your ugly face on stream. Mate, we're not saying that. I'm mob that
See, like these aren't like
ugly bitch to death. She fucking knows it.
it's just and all of the audience is just like 13-year-old boys who are like, this is clearly the way that I should be acting. This is clearly how I should act around women. I do think it's gotten a lot worse. It's gotten a lot worse, like the way that teenage boys treat women. I think like the cultural standard for it is AC frat leader celebrating after seeing he's overtaken androgenic in the official Chad rankings after his wig gooning incident. Which I'm sure this is just him going to a club. What are the I need to see the official Chad. I mean, I'm sure that the official Chad ranking is just like a thing that some gambling website has put together in order to facilitate gambling more. If I were to be like, that's another important component of like everything that's undergirding this is that it's all a front to get teenagers addicted to gambling. Functionally, it's why Kick is so evil, and it's why like just as like even just associating with it is like so terrible because it is just literally a gambling front. And it's done so horrifically well, being kind of like the sketchy, like dark underbelly of streaming. Is there a Stacy ranking? That's a good question. I feel like I hear Stacy a lot less than I hear the word Chad. Would it be a true Eve ranking? That is the weird thing about how this culture has become like so oddly hegemonic on certain parts of the internet. Is like you wouldn't imagine, like for the most part, like 5-10 years ago, like a woman referring to herself as a Stacy. Like that would just be like strange. It's like, no, that's not. You could see a guy who calls himself a Chad because he's like on this website and he's insecure and he's like, Stacy is like the female version of Chad. It's like only the Chads get the Stacys. Yeah, it's Chad's girlfriend. But now it's like, I mean, I don't know. You saw the lady who was interacting with Clavicular and pretending to be like a femcel. But there was one of the Trump 2 influencers, the Canadian lady who's like a fascist and who went on the Jubilee thing. Does anyone remember her name? I'm blanking on her name. She's got like the bleached hair with the roots. She is anyone? I can't believe I'm blanking. Baby Kids, thank you. I mean, I'm glad that I'm blanking. Not Pearl. No. It's a recent one. Like there's already one of them who's on her way out. No, she's Canadian. Does she have white in her name, or am I just like, oh, I can't remember. There's already a mega influencer, a Canadian mega influencer, who, no, you guys are thinking too, yeah, you're thinking of Lou Vega, yeah. It's a specifically Trump 2 influencer, because a bunch of these like insane, evil women have come out and realized, like, I can say the N-word and get a bunch of Patreon money, based on like the cultural momentum of Trump 2. But they're like, this was one of the ladies who was a part of the Trump 2 influencer Super Bowl. The girl from the Sam Cedar Jubilee, yes. Sarah Stock, you got it. Something happened with her, and it seems like they hate her now. I didn't look at it though. I'm curious what happened. I assume it's like she had sex with a guy or something, you know. Yeah, Danielle Smith, the premier of is it Sarah Stock? I thought so. Yeah, there was a mega civil war a couple months ago. Over like a marriage. There was a ring, and then Sarah Stock replied like, "Oh, your ring is like so big," like implying that she's like fat. I guess this is the reporting live from Groyper component of Twitter. Cheated on her fiance multiple times despite a blessing from the Pope herself. Had an abortion due to the cheating. Which I don't know if that's real or not. I'm sure people like hallucinate. You had a captive dreamer. The worst part of the Sarah Stock revelation. Cheating on her then boyfriend with her boss. Well, it's funny because it's like, yeah, this is the culture that you guys are fucking promoting. It's a war of all against all where no one gives a fuck about each other. You are boosting people who like clearly have no empathy whatsoever. I think that she maybe quit. Yeah, she left Twitter because of it, I think. Let's see. Yeah, this account does not exist. This is, I don't think this is it, because this is the one I was talking about before. This is the ring from like a year ago. I think this one was specifically like, no one gives a shit about these people outside of, I guess, the, you know, Nick Fuentes people, and then also me. I don't know. I'm not gonna read into that. So like the story of like random annoying Mega 2 influencer or Trump 2 influencer allegedly, I guess, cheating on her husband. I guess her deleting her account is kind of, you know, she's like, you got me. But yeah, it is funny to see how quickly they've just like starting to decompose, like just explode. Megastar's marriage on rocks after best sex ever with Christian podcaster mistress who shot to fame by railing against premarital relations. I was gonna say none of those words are in the Bible, but surely some of them are. That's an entirely new sentence. They're inventing entirely new sentences in the Trump 2 era. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some water. Yeah, they cannibalize each other. I mean, that's how that works. You have these insane, weird, cruel people who have become prominent specifically because of being weird and cruel. They're not going to care about each other. Would you be surprised? Yeah. What else has been happening? There's been plenty that's happened in the last like 2 weeks.
I am gay.
R4498, thank you for the prime. Oh, I'm putting together I got a 40k kill team. One of my friends got me one. And I do like 40k. Not beating the stereotype allegations. Was Zionist exposed? Yeah, that is another one. Wemby is the GOAT. Wemby is the GOAT. That is my conclusion with that. He's the GOAT. Which faction? I changed my mind again. So the one I'm putting together right now is the Sisters team. Discord invite. Because it's like, I don't know, it's just cool. But I don't want to do Sisters battle. It's too much of a stereotype. I'm doing the one that is the least stereotypical. And it's kind of ironic, but I thought about it more. I do really like them. That's an invalid invite? Oh. I don't know. I'm sorry. Let me see. I don't know why the fucking invite like breaks every now and again. Invite to server. Generate new link. Sorry. This should work. Orcs. I was thinking about orcs. I think I'm gonna go Templar. I think it would be funny. I like the big sword and I like the aesthetic. All my friends I told, they were like, don't do that. But I'm like, I don't care. I like that he's got a sword. It's very Dune coded. It is just very Dune coded in a very camp way. So I think I'm settled on playing like the Chud faction. The most evil part of the Imperium. But yeah, no, putting together Warhammer is very fun. Like the Harlequin. You can't really do Harlequin though, right? Like you don't have enough points. Duncan Egg. I still need to finish. I'm like 2 episodes in. I've heard everything that I've seen. The 2 episodes I've seen are fucking. It's incredible. Like we have a good Game of Thrones show again. We have a good A Song of Ice and Fire show. I need to get to Trial of the Seven. I need fucking God, what's his name? The Baratheon. I need him fucking carnally. It's such a good fucking Baratheon casting. Lionel Baratheon. That's it. It's spelled weird because George is like, fuck it. Like, my fantasy setting, I'm going to take a normal name and I'm going to add put a Y where an I should be. Such perfect fucking Baratheon casting. And I need him so badly. That's my opinion. I really like Kevin with an A. I'd be Lyv. I mean, that is just like the Slavic spelling of it. That's how my like grandparents would write it. My Serbian grandparents would write Lyv. Oh, that's cool. I can show you guys this. I think I can show you guys this. My mom found a photo of my Serbian grandparents from when my grandma was my age, which is like crazy. It's such a crazy photo. She's also just got the like lighter, like thin short hair, and we have like the same like hairline. And this is my grandpa. This is like average Slavic couple. So that's really cool. Yeah. She does not look like Hillary Clinton. Don't do her like that. Well, I mean, I don't know. Probably worse than Hillary Clinton's. Yeah, I do like that Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I do like the tonal change. Like, it's different than Game of Thrones in a really endearing way.
I am gay.
And I think the showrunner seems good. He doesn't seem terrible. Clark, thank you. You just discovered Harlequins aren't an army in 10th? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, they're just... I'm sorry, Games Workshop fucking hates Eldari. I'm sorry. I think the first one I thought was cool is the Drukhari, but I'm like, oh, there isn't actually that much coverage. I feel like just doing a Space Marine. The Winds of Winter this year. I saw a tweet that pissed me right the fuck off. I don't know why it pissed me off. But that's just how it is with Twitter, I guess. It was some guy, cause George R. R. Martin is talking about like doing like a play for the Mad King, like for the Mad King years, which is like really cool. But I'm now completely convinced of the theory that the last book is probably finished, but will only be published posthumously. Why are you convinced that's a stupid fucking thing to say? And it's so innocuous. Of course it isn't. Like, you're fucking dumb. Like, of course it's not. He hasn't even published the second last book. Like, no, George R. R. Martin is not someone, like, he writes very slowly, and he is a person that is just very unsure about the direction of the books that he has. He doesn't know how to wrap them up. He's getting like paralysis about it, and he's getting a bit older, and like and I relate to this. Not a person that like intrinsically has like wants to work particularly hard. I think like he's a pretty slow writer, and he's insanely rich. Like he's succeeded in life. It's like he's like I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. It's too stressful. He wants to do other stuff, which like I deeply relate to. I can understand it. I've made peace with like Winds just probably never coming out. I don't think that he wants to. I don't think he's got it in him. Like Winds maybe if we're like really lucky, but like probably not. I think it's probably over. I know like last year I was back on like I was like confident about it. Wings posthumous. He doesn't want a posthumous release. He said this. He doesn't want anyone finishing his book. Like he wants to, yeah. He said he does not want someone else to complete the series for him. Who cares what he thinks? Well, I mean, what he thinks deeply relates to when the books come out. So I'm concerned. If that's what you meant. Plenty of artists have said that and they do it anyways. I mean, if someone else writes it, I'm not reading it. I don't care. I don't give a shit. You should get Grok to finish it. That's so true. That is something that like it's so immediately obvious about like large language models that it's like I feel stupid for ever having thought that there was like something to be said about the argument against this, that it's like an argument that's worth even debating, is like obviously these large language models are not going to eventually be able to produce fucking Paradise Lost because like the training data is shit, like garbage in, garbage out. If you somehow created such a large dearth of incredibly good literature, you know, the volume amount that you need to train one of these things, and you trained it on that, then, you know, maybe we could talk about it. I still don't think so. I still fundamentally don't think that that's possible. Just because of a couple of philosophical beliefs I have about creativity and, can you teach a large language model how to feel, how to enjoy like the warmth of sunlight? Like you can't do that. And I think that human component is required to create fundamentally like original works of art. But we don't even have that problem because like the thing that these large language models are being trained on is fucking tweets. It's Elon Musk posts. It's posts by guys who think that Doge is like an epic meme in 2026. It's not Milton. Like, yeah. So it's just obviously never going to get to that point. It's just impossible. Because the human brain, in how it's constructed, can take a lot of that and then synthesize something better and creative. It has the capacity. It is complex enough that it has the capacity for creativity. But they haven't found a mechanism to emulate that human component. Certainly in a large language model. I don't think that that's like by definition impossible for artificial intelligence. I think it would be silly to assume that. But like the shit that they're doing right now. Oh yeah, more Olympic stuff, I guess. Gremlins, thank you. Can I say something that's gonna make you guys mad at me? Okay, can I say something that'll make you mad? I don't care that lady is cool and she's got alt hair. I don't like when America wins things. I don't like when America wins things. I think America should win less things. I don't care if like, oh, that lady's, look, she's so happy. I don't care. I'm rooting against America in every single context. Am I single? Thanks, Phil. Thank you for the tier too. Thank you. Can anyone throw in sport? Yeah, I mean, it just makes me feel this way even more. Yeah, that has been fascinating with the Alyssa Liu, and also the other lady that's like the Asian American lady who's competing for China is like that America and China is doing this too. I think is my understanding on their internet. Like they're having like a Asian off, which I do think is quite funny. Chelsea Victory, thank you.
Canada did win gold in curling after cheating.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. You're a fucking liar. You didn't touch it. That was funny. That was funny. My 50-50 there for the curling guy is simultaneously I want to be like, it doesn't matter, you're coping, we won fair and square, but then also to be like, well, of course that guy was fucking from Alberta. Because the guy who touched it and he's like, you're a fucking liar, buddy. Quit chirping, buddy. Was of course from Alberta, of course. It's like the most Albertan man of all time. Yeah, no, I don't like when America wins things. It's been a Canadian century of humiliation right now. We lost in both hockeys to America. That the term within H, that is, as far as I am aware, a slur. That's the only context I've seen that used in. I'm fairly certain that that's a slur. English first century of humiliation. Yeah, we're getting cucked. I was gonna name my stream. I was gonna have my stream title "Enter the Canadian Cuck Zone." But it wouldn't let me say "cuck" in the title, unfortunately. But this is the Canadian Cuck Zone, as just in general, unrelated to the Olympics. This stream is the Canadian Cuck Zone. I cannot ice skate. I have really high arches in my feet. Livegar feet information. Feet info leak. I have really high arches, so like any sport with like a really hard shoe, if I don't have like a custom sole, like it like sucks. So like I would Livegar WikiFeet exclusive. Yeah, I do have a WikiFeet, by the way. There's like, it's not a good photo. It's a photo of half my foot, and the rest of the photo is a very cute dog. But I do have one, which is like, definitely feeling the pressure there. I gotta look at my photos, not release things. I should update it. I'm okay. I think I'm good. Is there a way to solve the photo issue? I wouldn't describe it as an issue personally. I understand. What would Tyler Robinson think about this? That's a good question. Remember when I was completely right about that? And then everyone just kind of stopped talking about it? That was cool. Remember that? Remember when I was right about that? and we just gotta stop talking about. That's the thing about conspiracy theorists and also foot fetishes. There's actually a crossover here. You know, like the quote about like the IRA killing Thatcher, that it's like, you got lucky this time, we only have to get lucky once. Like that's like the foot fetishist attitude about like me posting a photo is like, they only have to get lucky once and then it's over for me. It's the same with conspiracy theorists. Is like, you could make all these absurd conspiracies of like, ooh, I bet Israel did actually kill Charlie Kirk for some fucking reason. It's the dumbest fucking theory I've ever heard in my entire life. I mean, you should have, like, if someone is confidently saying that, you should immediately discredit them. You should just immediately filter them. It's one of the fucking most profoundly stupid conclusions, especially like before there was ever obviously going to be any evidence. You know, it's like, if you think that, you're like, well, I'm suspicious about this, but I'll wait for a second to see information. Like, people are just immediately like, no, he must have been killed by fucking Israel for some reason. What was I gonna say? Really, we live in such a conspiratorial moment that like someone who talks about politics for like let's say a living can be like, it's probably Israel, and they don't just get fucking laughed out of the public forum, you know, the public square, so to speak. But yeah, like that you can just like, you can keep saying that, and then every time that the conspiracy is ridiculous and there's no evidence for it, it's like, oh well, whatever, you know, like the people who follow don't really care. And then like you get one right, eventually Israel's gonna kill someone in America, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not morally putting it above them to do that. They don't fucking, they're an evil genocidal state. They have contempt for America. It makes sense for them to do that at some point. And then at that point, it's like, look, I got one of them. And then it's like, look, he's so fucking correct. No one was willing to immediately, the second the shooting happened, say that it was Israel except him. And then, you know, it's like, it is literally QAnon shit, right? It's that like most of the QAnon predictions overwhelmingly were completely wrong. But then it's like one of them kind of lined up with something Trump was doing. And then it's like, oh, look, clearly this is proof. They have these like Q proofs, right? Where QAnon would post like, or Q would post like, in 10 minutes, Trump is going to post this letter. And like usually didn't happen, but then like sometimes eventually it happened. It's a very similar way of thinking. Clavicular test scores. Didn't he do well on like the LSAT or something? 1570 SAT. Is this true? Yeah, that is funny. Good thing QAnon faded away. Exactly. Good thing that everything isn't QAnon now. That's really nice. I'm really happy to hear that literally everything isn't currently QAnon. It makes me feel a lot better about politics that literally everyone just stopped believing QAnon now. Yeah, oh man, it's getting bad, folks. It's getting melted. Everything computer. It's out of 1600, right? Like is that true? I don't, because what is allegedly, does this mean like Clavicular said that? Because Clavicular says whatever the fuck he wants. Like if the ASU frat leaders in aerospace is doing that, would be very funny though. Yeah, I mean, a part of it is like the people are part of these. No, I don't necessarily believe that. It does seem like there is increasingly this absurdly large stream of income that you can take advantage of, just because like the service economy, like people are getting more online and the service economy is getting bigger. I think maybe that's not true, but people are getting more online and they're willing to spend money to make people dance, and you know, way more on the internet now, that there's this increasingly absurdly large income stream that you can take advantage of if like people start paying attention to you. I say this as a person who's a part of the income stream, who like my income is a part of that. Is a very, very small portion of that income stream that I get from making people pay attention to me. Yeah, I was gonna give credit to people who take advantage of that, but I can't actually do that with a straight face. I don't think that that's true. I think it's like, broadly speaking, kind of just arbitrary. like with the Hawktua lady who's very stupid, right? She made profoundly stupid decisions. She like made a silly joke on a TikTok thing. And then like she didn't have to work for the rest of her life, but she still managed to try and fuck it up. Because she was like, oh, these people... I honestly do believe with the Hawktua coin that she didn't realize she was doing a pump and dump. Like, she's too dumb. Like, she actually just did kind of get convinced by those people that it's like, no, it's good for everyone. Yeah, the Ellen theory, like, I feel like that's partially true, but it is partially just that, like, there wasn't the income stream for Damn Daniel. Like, you couldn't do a podcast. Then made a shit ton of money. Like, people weren't paying for it. And yeah, it's like, for the most part, like, the Doc 2 OF thing, well, I could not tell you. I did not verify. Yeah, that income stream didn't really exist there. Risby, thank you. So like the most that you could do was go on Ellen, and then it's like, look, you get an unlimited supply of white vans for the rest of your life. Yeah, everything is much more online. And yeah, like it is weird how much bigger, even like after COVID, how much bigger, or like the extent to which like things like podcasting and streaming, and like even like Substack as well, like I guess that wasn't necessarily a COVID thing, have remained despite like everything opening up again. There are definitely way less people on Twitch, but it does feel like a thing of just like, people will ask me what I do sometimes, which is a terrible question that I don't like. Sometimes I just lie and say I'm in school still. If it's a person like that, I'm like, I'm not explaining. I can't possibly explain what I'm doing to you. I'm just saying like I'm in school. Sometimes people will be like, is there any advice you have? I'm like, oh, I want to start a podcast. And it's like, it's too late. It's too late. Like it was right place at the right time. I happened to get into a thing that started to do really well. And I'm like, I'm pretty good at it, but it's just mainly lucky. What's my PhD on? Well, I could just tell them what my PhD would have been on, which is easy. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's my advice. It's kind of like, unless you have like a thing that allows you to get people to pay attention to you more, there's really not much. There's not much you can do, I think. It's a very silly, like, I think a part of it has also just been that like people are so used to their podcasts. It's like, it's the thing that I put on when I have to do a thing that I don't want to put all my attention into. I mean, here, literally with the stream right now, I'm sure that at least like half of you are like listening to this in a separate tab. You know, you're playing Hades or whatever, and again, you're using the shield because you're a bottom. I know what you are. I know what you are. One day I'm gonna get one of you who's actually playing Hades right now and is using the shield and is of course therefore a bottom. But yeah, I mean, that's like, people have become so accustomed to having that sort of content in their lives. Which honestly, like, eugenics, I need to play that. One of my friends was telling me about that. I downloaded it. Yeah, I gotta get into that. That one looks fun. I'm at work. Yeah, that's probably a big portion of the consumption of that sort of content. Give my full undivided attention. Thank you. Thank you. That is one thing. I feel like I don't listen really to podcasts or streams. I feel like I'm not better off intrinsically, but I'm better off for doing it. Because I don't know. I have no clue what goes on elsewhere. I hope that makes my content somewhat more original, and I'm not just like, the only one is sometimes Northern Lion, and I've certainly copied Northern Lion, and I'm like, well, that's bad. Like, the Northern Lion's thing of just being like, Have you guys heard that tweet? And then he just says a funny tweet. I'm like, that's awesome. That's great content. I'm stealing that idea. Who doesn't though? Exactly. But yeah, what else has been going on? LeBron James was like, what do I think of Israel? I think it's awesome. I would love to go there someday. I've heard nothing bad. I've heard nothing but good things about Israel. That is the thing about LeBron. Like, people were always like, oh, like, he's Lamau, like, La China. The thing about LeBron is that he doesn't fucking care. Like, he didn't say that he loved China and he thought Taiwan wasn't a country or whatever. Likud is awesome. Likud is so good. Likud is such a funny one. Yeah, no, I like that one a lot. He's like a person he's a capitalist. He doesn't really care. He's cynical. So, you know, it's not a surprise. That's why Wemby's the GOAT. And then Kevin Durant was like on Twitter. Like, is that real? Because I didn't have time to look into that. And it's like it's not a thing that like I need to fact check. Like, I can think a thing is fake and it isn't, and it's fine. But that like Kevin Durant literally had like a burner account where he was like trash talking all of his teammates and stuff to like 70 followers. Like, he was in group chats being like, I fucking hate such and such. What was the thing about like Steve Kerr hates like dark skinned men ever since MJ punched him in the face? That one stuck with me. It's crazy. Yeah, just wild. I mean, it's kind of, I mean, it is just very sad. I know, I was thinking of the base god one. Steve Kerr nicknamed his only son Nick. Is that true? I feel like you're lying to me. I hope you're lying to me. Yeah, I immediately thought of the Lil B song. Lil B vilified, total Lil B victory. Fuck Kevin Durant. Yeah, that's sad. I mean, I guess you could see that happening. No, it's actually, that's unfortunate. Yeah, no, that is Nicholas. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's crazy. All right, maybe the Katie tweet is right. Oh yeah, we need to deport Tate McRae. That was another thing that happened while I wasn't on, while I haven't streamed. Is like Tate McRae was doing some sort of ad. Was it for like what was the ad? It was with America. It was some commercial for Team USA Olympic campaign. You're from Alberta. What are you doing? And then she posted, y'all, people were mad at her. She's Canadian and they're threatening to literally invade our country. And then she said, y'all know I'm Canada down. And it was like a photo. And then everyone was making fun of it. Yeah, Tate McRae is such an average, such a unassuming pop star. Like, I just don't really understand the appeal of her at all. It's just really, she's just boring. There's just no like what is it that's good about Tate McRae as an artist? It's not the songs. Like, I don't know. Addison Rae clears. It's like vague, but Britney had personality. Like, there was a, you know, it was new in some way. Albertans are just spiritually. Is Addison Rae Canadian? I thought she was. Maybe she isn't. Addison Rae is someone who like feels Quebecois to me, but maybe that's not true. No, I think she's American. Never mind. She feels Quebecois though. Do you understand what I mean? Does that make sense? No, I don't think she is though. Yeah, it does seem like, do you see the recent trans activation of trans there are discourse? No, but I mean, there's literally at all times there's one of those. At all times, there's constantly a trans, a non-trans woman who's depicting, like, this is my original character. She's my girlfriend, and she's too depressed to shave her facial hair or start hormones. And it's like, why are you putting a woman in a torture device? Like, why are you inventing a woman to put in a torture device? It's like, this is my original character. I've removed her mouth so she is unable to scream, and I am torturing her for tens of thousands of years. It's like, okay, that's weird. That's kind of strange that you're doing that. I don't think that reflects positively on how you would treat that minority group in real life. This is my trans femme OC. She has no mouth and she must scream. Like, cool. That's normal. I don't know. It is very, like, I will say that a lot of that discourse just really happens because there's a cultural environment where people really especially don't care about transgender women. And so despite the fact that everyone is constantly losing their minds whenever that happens, like trans women on the internet, like, you can actually just ignore trans women and nothing happens now. Would you believe that no one actually gives a fuck and you can just ignore them? It's just not a group that you have to care about. But yeah, the Olympic stuff, I was talking about the lady. She's got the cute alt hair, and she, I mean, I'm happy for her. I don't like when America wins. I certainly don't like all the discourse I saw on Twitter about it, which is, like, horrifying. So been a trans from Looksmaxer crossover? Yeah, I'm transmaxing. I did a whole episode on it. It's, like, fake. It's, like, not real. It's, like, this constructed fetish by this weird, really online guy. But it is, like, I've never had a surgery in my life. Actually, no, that's not true. I think I had ear surgery as a kid because I had an ear infection. But other than that, I've never had a surgery before. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, but the way that they've been treating that lady, Alyssa Liu or whatever, calling her goon bait. Yeah. I do think this is all I have to say. I'm supposed to act like this 20 Olympian isn't goon bait? You're supposed to get in the bowl. You're supposed to get in the bowl, buddy. And it's interesting. The response is, like, so you're telling me you aren't exclusively attracted to postmenopausal women, which again is, like, it really gives away the game, right? That it's like they're publicly professing that, like, someone is practically begging for you not only to jerk off to them, but to, like, post about jerking off to them, which is sexual harassment. It's not allowed legally, as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, you're not allowed to tell someone that you jerked off to them. Non-consensually. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. That is the same as just being attracted to someone. This is one of the ways that, like, a part of the, like, manosphere pipeline works, is that it's like they tell these young, like, men and boys, like, they hate you because of your feelings, because you want to have sex with women. That's why they hate you. It's like equating all of these like very unnecessary, very, like, patriarchal driven feelings of, like, wanting to dominate someone and control them and decide in the realm of public discourse what is allowed to be said about them, what like objectifying things allowed to be said about them, equating that to the attraction itself. Like, it's like you couldn't possibly imagine just saying she's cute, right? You couldn't possibly, like, that's impossible. You have to say that, oh, here's my sick, weird fantasy. She was only 20, and if he's physical shape, you sick fuck. Right? It's like, that's not the problem isn't that you are attracted to her. The problem is that you're calling her goon bait. Those are very different things. It's a part of how that radicalization cycle works, is that it's like, one, that you teach these men that, like, that is the normal thing to say. What does goon bait mean then? It's like, I don't want to explain. They will for ignorance? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, you just asked them, yeah. I mean, we all know what we're talking about. But yes, I look like this, and I also say this, by the way, in case you're curious. It is a shame they didn't go purple eyes with the Targaryens, because they do have purple eyes in the books. I don't know. I feel like I haven't watched. Well, they need to do the contact. I mean, if they were to do it, they would do contacts. But what was I gonna say? Is that show good still? I feel like I haven't watched it in a while, and I feel like people said it's like just getting really fan servicey. How's the dragon? Because I don't like the fan servicey stuff. It's not fan service at all. Okay. It went off canon. Yeah, see, I don't like. I do just want like a depiction of whatever George is saying. That's why in Land of the Seven Kingdoms makes me happy. Is like, it does just seem like they're doing the George R. R. Martin vision, and that's like really what I want. Oh yeah.
Support the woke agenda. Smiley piercings are now mandatory. Pronouns for everyone. We will move the U.S. Capitol to Oakland, California. What is a Bay Area? Take that, nerds. The whole world has been mocked. While you were just gooning, we were woke maxing. Universal health care and free abortion for all. Tax mogging the billionaires. Government-sanctioned sideshows on every freeway in America. Being straight is now illegal. We will extend BART nationwide. Hope you enjoy decent public transit.
This does feel like deeply perverted in a way that makes me uncomfortable.
Red state degenerates. You will listen to Krayshawn. You will eat a hi-fi burger. You will have non-binary roommates. You will love your immigrant neighbors. Just let the woke consume you, babe.
Yeah, like this is like woke hypno. This is like woke sissy hypno or something. It feels deeply perverted in a way that makes me uncomfortable. That's my take on it. I don't know why the voice is a baby voice. Also, I don't understand why the Obama 2008 electoral map is behind this. I'm starting to think that this woke thing is like fake as a concept, and it's not real, and it's completely unintelligible. It really makes you think, doesn't it? Yeah, really starting to believe that just saying like we're gonna do the opposite of all of the things, like we're gonna do all of the things that conservatives are paranoid about turns like what you want to do into something completely nonsensical, because conservative fears are completely irrational, because like woke as a concept isn't actually real. I'm starting to think that that's the case. What do we think, chat? Marathon. What is that? Marx failed to consider woke. I think so. Ugh. I forgot this shirt has like holes in it. Like something a woke person would say. Maybe you're right. Maybe you got me. Yeah. For my arms, yeah, I guess you're right. That's a good point. The new Bungie game. Yes, right. Marathon is a word in Halo games. I can't remember. I guess I'll play it. That sounds cool. The Alex Jones video, I'm obsessed with that video. Liberal, la la la. WikiArm article updated. I wouldn't. That's the thing about WikiFeet that's so weird. Well, honestly, I'm thinking maybe that's still weird. Like a wiki arm, because it's like, well, you can see I'm fine with you seeing my arms. They're strong. Yeah, that's normal. But then like having a site to document the arms makes it weird. Maybe that's worse. But yeah, no, I love that clip. The liberal, la la la, human smuggling.
Liberal, happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
He's such a performance artist. It's beautiful. Happy fun, la la la. What is up with Alex Jones? One of my friends was asking me about this. The Alex Jones where it's like patriot, vampire, a scared man. And the guy's like, really? It's a great one. That one's really funny. World's first negative bajillionaire. So his he managed to keep his production studio, right? It wasn't bought by the Onion, but like he is just like in a negative bajillion-dollar deficit, and he's trying to hide money from that, but it seems like for the most part is just like, yeah, the judge said no. So like he's still cooked. I saw that with Unit. Could someone send me that? One of my friends was talking about seeing this, and I was like, am I in memes now? Are they putting me in memes? I don't know how I feel about being put in memes. And I'm a patriot, which is true. That is completely correct. They're unable to extract his wealth because it's all donated and in crypto, right? They do just... That is such a strange looking guy. Like, that is like Habsburg face. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is like if American aristocracy would look like this. It's just Charlie Kirk, yeah. I mean, they did say that they just created a million Charlie Kirks. Until last September. Yeah. Charlie Kirk, if he was trade. Did I show you guys that video where it's like sub 5 trying to DL max, and it's the character that comes out as gay? Oh, the character that comes out as gay, and I'll just show you. It's such a good video. I'm obsessed with, oh my goodness. My TikTok is not loading. Let me find it. This is worth waiting. This is worth me searching for through this. No, it's not. Is it not loading the rest of my... Okay, never mind. Well. It's like sub 5 DL trying to DL max. No, here we go. Here we go. Where is it? Oh my TikTok reposts are great. I think you should follow me on TikTok exclusively to see my reposts. Here we go. I love like the confluence. This is a great video. The confluence of different like niche internet cultures. My green screen isn't working. Niche internet cultures that is required to make that, because you have like the sub 5 like looks maxing thing. Then you also have like So top comment, just betrayed. Yes. It should have sub DL trying to trade Max. A niche crossover of gay and homosexual culture, exactly. Yeah, this really weird thing where like out gay people who are explicitly overtly gay are combining their culture with deeply closeted culturally straight men. Yeah, it's a beautiful confluence. What's the thing about like all Zoomer cultures is created by black people, gay people, and the alt-right? It's like a lot of the times it's two of the three. Quite often, in fact, it's two of the three at the very least. I can't say that I've seen I can't say that I've seen a 3 out of 3 in terms of cult, but I'm sure somewhere we found a piece of culture that was a person who inhabited all three of those groups at the same time. Nick Fuentes, no, that's 2 of the 3. You got me excited. No, that's an obviously Nick Fuentes is not black. Sorry, you got me excited that we found an example. No, that's 2 out of the 3. Nikki is kind of there, but you know, it's a great. I've seen this video. Beautiful. Yeah. Is she still going? What is Erica Kirk up to? It's so beautiful that she has 3 Ks in her name. Do you know what I mean? Erica Kirk breaks silence. Oh, these are all like slop things. Breaks silence after Candace Owens alleges prior knowledge of Charlie Kirk assassination. Yeah, I've been really enjoying the Candace Owens arc from recently. That she is just getting more and more insane. It really is profound. Like, I was wrong. My reaction to the one thing I was profoundly wrong about with the Charlie Kirk killing stuff is my reaction was to say like, well, obviously they're gonna freak out about the roommate girlfriend being trans, so like just get ahead of it. Maybe like she didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do anything. She wasn't a part of it in any way. What I failed to consider is that despite, and there are a couple right-wing influencers who also pointed this out and were quite mad about it, despite how much of like, relatively speaking, a slam dunk that is, the right is like so irrational and so stupid that like every event that happens has to be connected to the thing that they are thinking about most immediately. And so despite this being like, oh, it's a trans shooter thing, it's like, no, we're obsessed with Israel right now. So it has to be related to Israel. And you could see like the Matt Walshes of the world got really mad because they're like, why are you guys saying that this is Israel? Like, this is such an easy trans shooter slam dunk. But yeah, they seemed like so irrational that they had to go with the most like it is literally QAnon brain, right? It's that literally every single event that happens, every single news headline has to be about the main one thing that you're thinking about. We have to connect it in some way to that. You know, yeah, it was Bridget Macron, right? What that was that a part of the Candace Owens thing? So it really is just a thing of like, they were so fundamentally, so profoundly stupid that it didn't even matter. You know, it doesn't matter, right? Like, you saying stuff about that, if they're just going to ignore it, isn't going to matter in the first place. What you did about the discourse in terms of how it affected the right was completely irrelevant because they're in their own fucking world. You know, maybe actually, you know what the five head position, the you know, playing 6-dimensional chess while everyone else is playing checkers, is that you as a left-wing influencer spread the idea that it was obviously Israel who killed Charlie Kirk because the right focusing on Israel, despite it obviously being immediately like, well, there's no evidence for this at all. It doesn't really even make sense if you think about it. is like, oh, well, it's going to distract them from like the real target that could cause like really bad political consequences, which is obviously the connecting it to the trans, girlfriend or whatever. But I mean, you don't have any control over those people. But yeah, I mean, that is how people just think now. Everyone is Alex Jones. Everything is an info war. You don't talk about the world and how it happens in terms of like rationally what it seems to be. That doesn't matter. We've given up on the concept of rational discourse, which like I think some people can tolerate, but it's obviously you're not going to get the politics that you want in a world where that's the case. Like that, you think that people are just going to irrationally happen to stumble upon the rational reorientation of the world politically. Like some people, presumably in the world where we get to a better world, will do that. But for the most part, no, you have to facilitate a change in the political landscape. The BC shooter stuff is so grim. Oh, is there a ChatGPT thing related to that? To the recent one? Yeah, because there was like the big... It's a thing where it's like, I don't even want to talk about it. There's a thing... I didn't see the AI thing. Yeah, because that became like a culture war thing. Because like the biggest... I think one of the biggest shootings in certainly BC, British Columbia, but also Canadian history was, it seems, done by a trans woman. I honestly, the fact that it's Canadian and no one was paying attention to it, and then also the fact that like our media landscape isn't like so cooked, it did seem like it kind of it dissipated a lot quicker than I thought it would. ChatGPT flagged it, employees debated it internally, didn't call the cops. Her post, flagged by an automated review system, alarmed employees at OpenAI. Internally, about a dozen staffers debated whether to take action on her specific post. That's crazy. Potential real-world violence. Looking at law enforcement over behavior. OpenAI leaders ultimately decided not to contact the authorities. Yeah. I mean, that is a really interesting, horrifying thing, is like the extent to which these AI chatbots are capable of putting people in psychotic episodes. Like the extent to which AI chatbots function as an inducer, I guess, of psychosis. Ralph, good. Thank you. 44 months. We love to see it. Paper using Reddit. Wow. We love to see it. Like, it is kind of terrifying. Canadian media is really professional. I mean, that's just more the Western European, just that, like the Western world standard. Yeah, it's terrifying the degree to which like normally fine people will start talking to ChatGPT and having their like beliefs affirmed and will just develop psychosis. That's probably not good. It's a neurotypical people group. I mean, I do think there is a degree of nuance of like if the thing stopping you from a psychotic episode is ChatGPT, you probably were not neurotypical. Because it doesn't just, there's probably something going on already. I would be willing to speculate that you are probably already a very vulnerable person, relatively speaking. But like,
I am gay.
People who can normally live in the world and not have a psychotic episode. Randomly dubbed, thank you. And like there'll be situations where it's like someone appears neurotypical, relatively fine, and it certainly is not like having like homicidal thoughts, for instance. We'll do a lot of interact with the chatbot a bunch, and then we'll have those sort of psychotic thoughts, and then they'll go to the hospital, they'll be put on antipsychotics, and then they'll have the ChatGPT privileges revoked, and they'll be fine. And they go in the world, and then they're fine. And then they start using the ChatGPT again, and then they're like, no, it's psychotic. They're psychotic again. Oh yeah, and then this shooter was also like a far right like white nationalist fascist, which again, like, as it, the To quote Black Red Guard, gun control no, cracker control yes. I do believe that wasn't that the takeaway of Mind of Jason about Tyler Robinson stuff. It's like, it's not a trans thing, it's a white thing. No, it wasn't Tyler Robinson, it was the... Yeah, and then there was another shooting trans where it was like she had like an SS tattoo. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty the obvious genuine takeaway. Did Jason pass away? Is that true? I mean, his like blood those were like horrifying. I hope Oomph is okay. What was I gonna say? I can't remember. I was sidetracked by a Mind of Jason. I pray for him. Yes, the BC shooter was also radicalized by Roblox. Like she made this like Roblox game where you like do mass shootings and stuff. It's another case where it's like these really weird grooming, like Nazi nihilist grooming cult, like O9A stuff. Yeah, I don't know if it's directly O9A. But like Data fucking like was obsessed with it. They're very good at fucking grooming people into doing shootings. Like, it's kind of horrifying how little people are talking about that. I really want to do a career episode on it, but it feels the thing of like, we need to get someone who knows what they're talking about to help construct it. Oh yeah, that it seems far less of a thing of like, sometimes there's something about trans people that makes them do shootings, and it's more like there are some trans women who are also white nationalists, and there's something about white nationalists that makes them love to do shootings. Yeah. Bring me sources? Sure, thank you. Yeah, just the hype. I feel like it's become like those sort of cults have been so successful that that you get copycats. There's like more of them popping up, and like, well, I mean, what would you expect in our societies? The way that harm is dealt with, I guess it would be like intelligence agencies would be the ones you would think would kind of go after that sort of stuff and try to shut it down. It doesn't seem like they particularly care. That's about Iran. I feel like my thoughts haven't developed since I talked about it on the internet, which is like, I think it's horrible what the Iranian government is doing. And the thing, when people are like, oh, it's the CIA for people who are revolting, it's like, you would also revolt in that situation. You would hope you would. What is the Mao quote? The fundamental lesson in Marx is that it is right to rebel. And you have these like people who are ostensibly Maoists too, being like, you have to understand that it's only right to rebel if you're rebelling against the right despotic capitalist regime. It's like, yeah, I mean, like, do I think the current trajectory of the Iranian society is heading in a positive way? Like, probably not. It's probably, you've good reason to be pessimistic about the possible results of those protests and revolt and what it might lead to. But then, like, you would be stupid to not be incredibly pessimistic by baseline about what life in Iran is like for people, especially for communists. Iran is like, the Islamic Republic of Iran loves fucking killing communists. It's their favorite thing to do. They love it. They every day wake up and it's like, oh boy, time to kill some more leftists. I think the discourse of anti-bullying campaigns create school shooters. I don't know. Why would it? There are more school shooters than ever. But is that because of the anti-bullying campaigns, though? I would agree, like, that anti-bullying campaigns certainly don't decrease school shootings. I feel like that's probably naive. think the thing I said before was about like people always love having discussions about like unveiling like Muslim women in general, but in this case like Iranian women, and like, oh, we as Western feminists we have a responsibility to save them. And it's like, well, no, like you're never going to fucking if Iranian women are saved, it's because they saved themselves. You're not gonna fucking save them. If you think that your state has the capacity to facilitate a freedom for that, like you're fucking lying to yourself. But then, like, if Iranian women try to save themselves, I'm not gonna be like, I bet you know, this is exactly what the CIA wants. It's like, it's just so myopic. You can see that, like, isn't Callie Walsh is doing like full-on propaganda for the Iranian state now? I told you, everyone who hates me is evil. That's a Liv Agar promise. Everyone who hates me is evil. Where she's like, actually, it's really good for women here. She's just very stupid. She's the thing you need to know about her and people like her who are campus is that they are very stupid people. Who are also fundamentally just enamored by power. Which allows you to think that like the way that you do communism is by like allying yourself with a deeply anti-communist state. It's like, oh well, it's almost like she's getting to the level of like infrared Haas now. Like I've said this before, that like the mega communists are really just like old school Marxist-Leninists. And a lot of the old school Marxist-Leninists have a similar kind of chauvinist image. Oh, did you guys see there's so many fucking stupid campus left slop influencers now. It's one of the reasons I kind of stopped talking about Marxism as much, because it's just like, people are so dumb. There's no point. Like when it was like the guy claiming to be a Marxist but not understanding Marxism was like at least like Ben Burgess, you know? Like I wouldn't consider Ben Burgess like a worthy interlocutor. He's still a very stupid person with very stupid ideas, but it's like people who think that commodity fetishism is like when you think a thing is good because it costs more. You know, remember what's that lady? I can't even fucking remember her name. I don't give a shit. It's people who are not worth thinking about. Yes, the jagged tweet. That's the one I'm thinking of. And then she tried to explain what she meant by it, and it was like, you are a profoundly stupid person who has not read the first 3 chapters of Capital. It's like, wait, why Madeline Pendleton? Isn't that her name? It's just like, these people are just very stupid. And they're not really worth thinking about. There isn't really anything interesting that can be gained from thinking about why they're stupid. They're just people who don't really read that much and don't really think through their ideas particularly. The goth one, maybe. I guess so. Is she goth? I don't. She's a small business owner. Yeah, I'm fucking sure she is. People who are like making the first like immediate pre-reflexive like left slop opinion about every issue, and are doing well because there are enough people on the internet who agree with that sort of thing. To facilitate an audience. You should at least process this many complex thoughts to write the Liv Agar wagon. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying you're here. That's because you're a genius. The labor time significant and material valuable parts. The material valuable becomes a part of the exchange value. That's not how exchange value doesn't have anything to do with use value directly. That's the whole point. Is that what she's saying? Like, I don't even understand what that means. That's the fetish character of the commodity, is that it's actually about a relation between people and not a relation between, it appears as a relation between things, but it's about a relations between people. It's about the labor market and exchange. That's how exchange works. It's the first 3 chapters of Capital. Is that what like, am I reading that wrong? Like, I don't even know. Anyways. The relationship between producers. It's fine. It's not worth thinking about. It's not worth thinking about. This is like profoundly horrifying though. I actually didn't see this. I guess it was yesterday. I feel like I haven't been paying attention to the internet. That's not how dialectics work. That's a classic. I need to play it now. I haven't been watching the Fallout show. I've heard it's a little bit more. It's a little bit less good, season 2. I watched a couple of the.
God, how fucking dialectics works, you stupid cuck! I didn't study Hegel, plus continental philosophy in general, at Harvard for 7 fucking years for some low-life know-it-all who's clearly never fucking read Hegel, as he would know that Hegel has never fucking ever used the terms thesis, antithesis, synthesis to start perpetuating these lies at every single fucking opportunity. This isn't Hegel, my friend. No. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis was thought up by Fichte, and it's clearly inferior to Hegel's dialectical method of immanent critique. Yes, it's called immanent critique, and dialectics is only one part of Hegel's full method, which again is called immanent critique, which you would know if you had actually bothered to read Hegel. It's literally in the science of logic, you dumb fucking piece of shit. I honestly cannot believe the fucking arrogance to come onto this post spouting that anti-Hegel garbage. Where did you get your fucking info on dialectics? Fucking Jason Unruh?
That's a throwback. That's a throwback reference. You know why I'm so fucking sad about leftist internet spaces? Is that like Mouth and Pendle is like a Jason Unruh, right? But like now it's like everyone, like all of online politics, like TikTok on Twitter is just Jason Unruh's, right? It's not like a cool little, like, it's a funny lol cow out there who's saying really weird, strange shit and clearly doesn't understand. It's like, no, that's everyone now. Like,
Jesus
that's the audience for.
Fucking Christ! I cannot deal with this bullshit right now. I'm sorry. I'm leaving. I'm fucking leaving.
It's a classic. It's a classic. My grad, I was mainly doing stuff on Adorno, critical theory, and conspiracy theories. I only got my master's. I'm a fake academic. I didn't go into my PhD because I was making way more money doing this. And I was working way less and making more money, and so I was like, well, the internet, like, academia is the bottom's falling out of this. Only a master's? I feel like that is not very difficult. I don't think that my accolades are particularly impressive. Could have been Dr. Agar. Yeah, then I would have to be in a fucking PhD program right now. Which I'm good. I'm good on that one. Yeah, no. I mean, the bottom is completely fallen out of, like, especially humanities. Academia. Like, look, if this was the 70s, like, I would just be it would just be the easy, obvious. Like, 60s, you know, if I was my age now and it was 1965, I would become a professor. And it would be the obvious, supremely most obvious career path for me that has ever existed in terms of a career path for a person. Harvard has like 5 history PhD slots. Yeah, I mean, it's over. They're like, no, this doesn't make money. This is a neoliberal institution first and foremost. We've kind of lost the more kind of like feudal system of patronage related to universities actually being institutions of knowledge production, and some, I don't know, that's an untechnical distinction, but it is certainly like we switched over to this very for-profit neoliberal institution with a very large administrative load. It's just like it's lots of labor. It's a increasingly labor-intensive industry. It's still, it's still an institution of knowledge production, but yeah, they're probably more interesting. Kick is the future. Everyone, you just get on Kick. That's really where the money is. It's just a thing that's attached to gambling addiction, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, that's probably true, unfortunately. Especially Trump winning again. Young people are using ChatGPT to write their applications. HR is using AI to read them. No one is getting hired per Atlantic. That's one thing I was thinking about in terms of like, well, like AI is like really destroying academia. It's like at the undergraduate level, sure. Is this like a hot take that I'm like, at a structural level, you are giving people who generally don't want to be there because it's like an institution that people go through because they're like, I want to have like the capacity to do more qualified labor, have better labor, work qualifications. You're giving people like people are therefore desperately searching for the path of least resistance, and oftentimes that is using AI. So at like a structural level, in that sense, it's making discourse worse. It's making people dumber. But like at the individual level, sometimes I'm like, oh, it would have been so terrible if I was going through undergrad now. And it's like, wouldn't it be way better? Like, because when I was doing undergrad, like people weren't like putting lists in the middle of their essays because they used ChatGPT. Like it used to be like should it be way fucking easier if you're just like, I'm not going to use ChatGPT because I actually care about this and I want to actually be better and I'm like a person who is disciplined. Isn't your life like so fucking easy? At least like getting through undergrad. I mean the bottom is falling out of like higher, postgraduate, undergraduate, like, the bottom is completely falling out of that. But isn't it just like cheating is bad? Honestly, I can't say it. I've never cheated once in academia. I can't say that I'm especially mad about people who do. I don't really care. Is that a hot take? It's the same thing with like when people talk about like, oh, X or Y, X person cheated. Like a public figure. It's like, oh, this person cheated on like John Mulaney cheated on his wife. And it's like, that's none of my business. I don't know either of those people. I don't feel like that is elevated to the level of significance that I have to care about that. Is that a Canadian take? Is Canada like a swingers nation or something? I didn't realize. I just generally can't say that I care about at the level of it's an Olympics joke. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, no, he did nothing wrong. I said this before, that my back and forth on the Canadian curler is simultaneously like, he did nothing wrong, fair is fair, we won. Are you going to be mad? We fucking won. Scoreboard. But then also, like, the simultaneously, I also want to disparage that guy because he's, like, very obviously from Alberta. And I can't tell which one where I land on it. Maybe both? I think both. If he gets divorced, it'll become unfunny. I feel like it's the exact opposite. I feel like it's exactly the opposite of true. That is exactly the opposite of what is true. Do you hear Josh at Tinger Mention referred to Mark Carney as the great fascist leader of our times? Yes, I think I was doing that riff with him. That like Mark Carney is the true son of the 21st century. He betrayed his values as like a globalist Davos guy to become like a like a pro-oil, like national chauvinist. You know, you too will become progressive conservative. Yeah, no, I think that that's true. I do think that Mark Carney is the son of the 21st century. And it's like there's a certain extent whenever I see like the Liberal Party just like have plot armor, I can't even be that mad because I know that, well, the NDP is completely useless and they're not going to do anything. And then, well, the Conservatives are fucking insane. So it's just kind of funny to see. I guess the Liberal Party has temporarily become the Progressive Conservatives. It's so odd. Like, one of the things that Americans don't understand about like emulating what happened with Mark Carney is that like these are different electorates. These are completely different electorates. Like Mark Carney is like a loser nerd. Like that only works in a country where 1/5 of the voting constituency is functionally like a globe emoji, like Twitter liberal. You know, e.g. Canada. That doesn't work in your country. You can't do that. You can't do that in America. There are some countries you can do that. It's not 20s Canada versus 20s Italy, exactly. It's like, you know what it is? Starmer wishes that he was the son of the century. He wishes that he was Mussolini. You know, he's Starmer is going beast mode recently, where he's doing the thing of like, that's so fucking funny. Main Street, Alberta federal poll. The Liberals are plus 15. He is the son of the century. You can't like. This is conservative Death Star. This is like, I'm trying to think of the equivalent to this. Is like if fucking Trump was polling at -3 in New York. Do you know what I mean? In California, like it's unreal. That's so fucking funny. Democracy lives for now, thanks to me. Like, Starmer is going beast mode recently, that he's like threatening to call an election if he gets cooed, because like all of the I was gonna say liberal, all of like the Labor MPs know that like if there's an election called, then they're probably gonna lose their seat. I saw someone quote tweet that, and it's the son of the century Mussolini, and it's like, enter the magician. Like, he wants to be doing the shit that Mark Carney is pulling off. But he can't. He's completely sauceless. Yeah, this is so funny. That's so beast. Where's that gif? Yeah. I can't spell. I think this is too obscure a reference. The US guy scored the overtime goal is woke.
Our team participated in its annual Pride Night in December, but this season, a bunch of players and some entire NHL teams have declined to participate. Are you surprised to see this kind of change?
The team I play for, the Devils, like we really support that.
Oh yeah, of course it was Hughes.
You know, we're really welcoming organization, so I think a bunch of the guys in our team we're looking forward to that. And then, you know, obviously with how we grew up, my family really supports that too. So
yeah, no, hockey is like maybe the most chud-coded sport. Do you think that's a fair observation? I feel like it's certainly up there. It's like a profoundly chud. You think football is more chud-coded? I feel like football is like, it's a bit of America A, a bit of America B. You know, like it's got a bit more. I feel like hockey, it's like there isn't even like there isn't the Am I blanking on that guy's name? Like taking a knee during the during the anthem stuff. Like you don't get the tension there because no one in hockey is gonna do that. Kaepernick, yeah. I mean Kaepernick obviously just like was immediately blackballed because of that. It's like horrific. I'm not saying football is particularly woke. I'm saying like football, there isn't even that moment. It is a very upper middle class sport. It's just it requires a lot of money to get into it. And it feels like corporate woke. Yeah, that was my impression of it. It's like hockey. It's a bit they're trying a bit less. I don't know. I feel like I might get into supporting the Canucks again, just because it would be funny. I'm sad like that's like our only Vancouver's only franchise team. It might be endearing to just root for like a horrific poverty franchise. I think that would be funny. Whitecaps hater. Yeah, I mean NBA and gay people, this is a classic LeBron moment. If you're gay and you're not admitting that you are, then you are not trustworthy. This is a classic LeBron James moment. Lephobe. Yeah, no, the problem with like soccer, like North American soccer, is that it's fucking boring. Is that the crowds are not like, you can sell alcohol in a stadium in North American soccer because the crowds won't kill each other. So it's like, what am I fucking doing here? Like, this is boring. U.S. Soccer Eurostar retirement. Oh, yeah, because we got Vancouver got Muller. Like the Whitecaps got Muller, who's like a big German player, right? And he came here and he was like, the whole city doesn't have a particularly competitive spirit. Like, I think he also meant like just this competitive sports in general. Robert Mueller, yes, Mueller, she wrote. But yeah, we're just completely washed, I think. We had a basketball team. Baseball is the real worst sport. Yeah. I was trying to think of my least favorite sport. I get the appeal of baseball. Like, watching some baseball with Jane. Shout out Jane Ost. She's got a baseball podcast. I'm like, okay, I get the appeal of this. I understand. I watched the last finals. No, tennis is good too. I like tennis. Maybe golf is the most boring. Yeah, my ex's family was a tennis family, so we would watch tennis sometimes. I was like, no, I get the appeal of this. This is cool. It is like, I feel like with any sport, it's just like you have to watch it with someone who is like a good ambassador for it, like enjoys it and is really good at conveying that sort of why they enjoy it to you. That's really like, you just have to get it, you know? But yeah. Yeah, it might be my least favorite might be American football in terms of like, I just have the least interest in it. But that is one I could see someone convincing me. If I like dated someone who's like just like a big football guy or something, I could see liking it. I could see getting the appeal. Or a good big football lady. Because I like rugby. I enjoy rugby. I appreciate that as a sport. Seems less dangerous too. There's something about football that makes it like kind of scary. Like, it is. I'm a Commonwealth. I played rugby in high school. I told you all I was the little wing, the twink they'd throw to you at the end that just like, and they just get fucking, just. I said before, I said that I got plowed by people, and then you fucking perverts were like, oh yeah, you got plowed. I remember this. I've mentioned this before. Because I have a perverted chat of fucked up people. I think that's my impression of you. That's on me. I've done nothing wrong ever. I'm a perfect sweetie. You're the clever thief. Yeah. He was on QAA recently, which was a great episode. Are we still pretty dangerous? Yeah, that makes sense. It's less bad. It is funny that like the solution with football is to like have less padding. You know, like you'd think it'd be more, but you can't actually. Yeah, having someone's fucking brain jostle in their skull, it turns out, is pretty bad. Oh, Frederick Brennan died? Oh, it's terrible. Oh. Yeah. Oh man, I can't believe I didn't see this. No. Damn, that sucks. R.I.P. Yeah, I've talked with Frederick a couple times. We talked about some like we talked a lot about like Bored Ape conspiracy stuff when that was happening, and he was on the pod. I believe he was on the pod, was he not? I have such a bad memory. Yeah, that's really sad. Yeah, not 32. That's terrible. Damn. I feel like 32. Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Anyway, yeah, that's really sad. Sorry. What else is happening? I saw this. The New York Post is now making stuff about Androgenic having his wig snatched. Public humiliation ritual. It is weird, like the beauty standard that these guys espouse is like, it is just like henchman, phenotype. The whatever you say, boss. Like it's like the beauty standard. Also, why does he have a lightning bolt? Yeah, it's just like the goon. Yeah. It's like a sort of guys that they construct in like, like it's like a Popeye cartoon that he has to go up and like, sock in the face. Androgenic is also an awesome, because he's like, I want my name to be testosterone, but he needs to find another way of saying that. Oh, I see. So they are calling this a public stunt. It's unknown if this entire thing is satire. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like the part of this sort of aesthetic that I don't know directly about Androgenic, but if it's anything like Clavicular, it's like, no, Clavicular would never have this specific stunt where it's revealed that he's less hot than he is. Like, no, he couldn't possibly tolerate that. Maybe Androgenic is different, because that is the thing you immediately. That's what I mean when I say that Clavicular is like a lot more sincere than like a lot of other like older influencers. It's because like, sorry, wait. It's because like it is like him being perceived on the internet is what makes him real, which is like an incredibly miserable like torment matrix to be caught in. you know, he'll say a bunch of things to get attention that's fake, but that like it is him. There's no like real distinction. When you take off his wig, he gets taller, like the second phase, yeah. I mean, talk about androgenic, like that is a very androgen coded thing to do. Is beyond the Norwood scale. Is the Norwood scale of hair loss, male pattern hair loss? The clip where he gets called ugly, yes, yeah, and then he calls her like a whore or whatever. Yeah, I mean that's him, right? Like that's not like a bit. He's not doing a bit there. That's who he is as a person. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I mean this is just like this is the thing I talked about before about like how a certain part of the right-wing manosphere like pipeline works for acknowledging this girl looks like a porn star, because it's like they're teaching these young men that like this is the normal and base way to articulate your attraction to a woman. And so when people have negative responses to this, when they say you can't be talking to women about women like that, it's like they hate you because you want to have sex with her, because you think that she's hot. And not like, well, you can say that a woman is attractive, you just can't say that. That's just an inappropriate thing to say about a person. It's like, no, that's the only... And again, the problem, like the solution there isn't like to be nicer to those people, because that's just not going to work. The solution is related to like a system of power that people have been like ingrained into, that a very essential component of their identity they have been told is necessarily connected to, that like their ability to excel as a person, qua the type of person that they are, is related to dominating another group of people, a different social class. Like trying to like baby people out of that and be like, have you considered being nicer to them? It's like, no, that's never gonna work. Because their demands are always going to remain the same. The way that they constitute their gender, contextualize that part of them, which gender is so much of how we relate to each other, especially in terms of like romantic and sexual heterosexual, especially dynamics. That like, as long as someone holds those basic ideas as a core component of their value, their sense of how accomplished they are, like, you're going to have a lot of people who think these sort of things and are deeply, like, are very receptive to this sort of ideology. It's like, well, finally there's someone out there who's affirming this desire I have to control and dominate other people. You're constituted in a weird, a strange society where, like, feminism has produced some important, really tangible victories, and those victories are especially, I think, noticeable within popular culture. But then like the reality of how people engage and relate to each other, the reality of the power that men as a social class have over women remains incredibly solidified, is incredibly strong. And so it's, you know, that's how this sort of cultural resentment comes up. It doesn't come up because sometimes women are rude to men, you know, sometimes, oh, you know, you're not dealing with the male loneliness crisis, you're not babying them enough. It's like, no, that's not. If you want to view these things as structural problems, not as just like society, you can't really talk about the structure of it, you know. It's very like, I want to say liberal, but like liberals are also capable of structural analysis, but like very default kind of liberal basic opinion that it's just like everything is about takes. You don't have a structural analysis. People do things because they hear about things on the internet, like discourse is the prime mover of everything, and discourse at an unstructured level, it's just like, oh, it's people's opinions. When people have those sort of analysis, of course, you're going to come to the conclusion like, well, you know, how do you attack this way of viewing things? How do you attack this worldview? It's like, well, you have to be nicer to people, because then they won't think the thing that makes them, they won't think the thing that they're saying when, like, overtly saying when they're like, as a justification to control women. If we didn't, then, but like, the problem is that there's an underlying societal, political, social force that causes them to think that thing. And if you're like, well, we'll just be nicer to them, we'll be nicer to this social class, social group of people, so they don't think that thing. I'm being kind of I'm being kind of abstract now. Like if where was I? Where was I in that sentence? I'm sorry. If I what was I saying? Fuck. I think you get the point. I think you get, you know the rest of that. That's this is my job, by the way. What do you tell teenager boys? But it's not about what to tell them. Professional speaker. Hey, listen, if Biden could be the president, I can be a Twitch streamer, okay? It's less about what to tell them, and it's more about like how they are raised and the social politics of the dynamics they get into in virtue of them being raised as boys and being taught that this is the thing that you're supposed to do. This is the thing that you're capable of doing. It's about power. I think fundamentally it is about power, and the power that a certain social class has over another, and the vested interest that many people have in that system of power. I really don't like, there's this liberal idea about like prejudice that it's like, well, we've had this like realization that, unjust power relations are wrong, and everyone agrees that racism is bad, and everyone agrees that sexism is bad. It's just like, people are irrational, and we have to correct that by teaching them the truth. And it's like, well, to a certain respect, sort of, but it's not simply a mistake that these systems continue to reproduce themselves. Like, people have concrete vested interest in reproducing those systems. It is better for them in some way. They have some control over other people. And like a lot of the times when people reproduce those systems, through you could say a hiring decision, through even just like a basic social interaction, through, one person, a man deciding to speak up. This is a silly example. I mean, this is a silly example. A man deciding to speak up in a boardroom conference when a woman is trying to make a point. It's like, well, there's people are going to take him more seriously, and obviously he's just going to be like, well, people likes my idea more. I have this better economic opportunity because people like my idea more because I'm smart. Like, it's these many, myriad of moments, that come to produce the institution of patriarchy. Let's say, for instance. And of course, the economic conditions, the relations of production within a given society, within a particular society where there's scarcity of resources and everyone has to survive and accumulate wealth and through competition on a market. I wouldn't even say makes these systems worse, but like defines them, gives them a life essence, a force for them to feed off of. It is that scarcity that and whichever other form of economic scarcity that previous political economic systems where there was still racism, there was still patriarchy, function off of. But anyway, that was poorly articulated, but as long as I'm willing to commute to work, from my from my bedroom, from my bed to my desk, which is my commute, I don't know. Cousin gets into it with his parents because most of the family is some level of Catholic. They're basically Reddit atheists, make a big deal about reason and rationality. Talk to me about their weekly trips to the chiropractor. Yeah, no, people are really into chiropractic. What is the noun? Um, it's very strange how popular that is, given how I think it's because it feels good initially, like people are really into chiropractic. You'd think it would end in a Y. Chiromancy, chiropractic. Okay, feels wrong. I mean, everything about it feels wrong, I guess. Um, um, yeah. Yeah, I mean that is one of the issues with like why alternative medicine does so well, particularly in our society. Um, there's quite a bit of alienation from public health systems, and Foucault has said, I think biopower is very interesting, valuable analysis. Um, and public health systems produce this distinction between who is allowed to live and who is left to die. Um, and so you have like certain, especially like racialized communities that have like very, very understandable distrust of public health. Because like the public health institution isn't put in place for them for specifically to help them. It is a political distinction that is politically, economically useful for maintenance of capitalist state. What else? What was I gonna say? There's another point I was gonna make that was tangential to that. But like broadly, I think people are quite distrustful of public health, and increasingly so. This isn't just like a COVID thing. This is like people in general. Many of whom are vaxxed up, and don't believe in misinfo about that. And I mean, I guess that to an extent, there was an interesting essay by, I'm blanking on his name, French philosopher. It was right at the start of COVID, when the point that he was making, and I can't remember, he had the book on Gaia. Someone is going to know who I'm talking about. I believe it was him. About like, well, Foucault makes this point about this like core part of the population that biopower comes and saves and rescues. And it's like all that core population, a lot of it is like saying that actually the vaccines are fake. So this claim of the power of the biopolitical distinction seems to kind of fall apart. Was it Latour? I think it was a Latour piece. Yeah. It was very compelling. That like a lot of these public health institutions are breaking down broadly, and the power of this biopolitical distinction for Foucault is like is less apparent. First, insofar as it's like the people that you would expect would be embraced by biopower, would love it, are now being conspiratorial and deeply distrustful of it. But then also that like that administration, that those state structures are failing those people in certain important, profound ways. They are failing everyone, and that's why people go to alternative medicine. They broadly feel deeply alienated by medicine, and they feel that the doctor doesn't care about their concerns, and that whatever deep-rooted structural problems they have that oftentimes are likely a part of, like, for lack of a better term, like economic social alienation. That the mental negative effect of that is also having a negative physical effect. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? Fuck, my brain is not working today. I'm sorry. But that they're having these issues, and that they're going to the doctor's office, and by an count 3, fine, and they're not getting any help. And oftentimes are getting like an ambivalent, overworked doctor, where, I mean, this is very common capitalist relations of production, that like you are really angry at the part of the structure of the system that is adversarial to you in virtue of how it's built, and you take out all of your anger against that specific place it manifests. So it's like, oh, my doctor sucks. My doctor is so, oh, it's not a broad structural issue. That isn't actually that doctor's particularly fault. They're just like overworked and they don't have enough time to, that's a lot of interpersonal conflict comes from that sort of structure. And so it's no wonder that people hate each other so much. But this is one thing that leads people to alternative medicine, is that like they get an environment where someone has realized that they can push snake oil in a way that's really convincing, and oftentimes just because of placebo, like produces some positive effects in a lot of people if they're just really nice. Then it's like, oh, I went to this, like, I don't know, fucking naturopath. That's a fake thing, right? Like they like distill it down to where it's like not real. Like that's naturopathy, right? Like it's not scientifically, I can't remember. I can't keep track of like the spectrum of like, because sometimes the thing will be kind of pseudoscientific. I'm homeopathy. Is that the thing I'm thinking of? A thing will be kind of pseudoscientific. And it's like, well, there's a bit of science that's working here that you can empirically, but for the most part, it's fake. That's where that sort of thing comes from, and that's where it succeeds. Is that like some quote? It's like War and Peace or something. It's pretentious to bring up about like there's something profoundly powerful about feeling like someone is working on you, someone is working on your health. Like for a long time, that's what doctors did. With the position, not the in terms of when it was professionalized, but before a lot of modern medicine. And before that, it was professionalized, is that like, it really helps people to feel like someone is working on them, to feel like someone is developing a tincture and to make them feel better. That has like a noticeable positive effect on someone's health outcomes. Placebos work even if you know they're placebos. Yeah, it's crazy. Which is one reason why, like, I mean, we're just social animals, right? And our mental health and our capacity to feel, capacity to feel better and like something good is going to happen does have a profound impact on our health outcomes. So yeah, I mean, of course, in this especially political environment, you're going to get a lot of people who go to alternative medicine because like maybe they have like a really rare, very specific condition. And like the problem when you have anything close to that is that you just have to keep advocating for yourself. You have to keep, this is a problem that I have that I've been getting better at, is that like, I try to downplay my illnesses where I'm like, well, it kind of hurts, but it's like mostly fine. And it's probably because of this and it's probably because of that. And it's like, the doctor is going to not care about you. It's going to be like, well, if it's, even though you're saying this has a debilitating effect on your life, you're like, well, but it's fine. And that's like a very gendered thing. Apparently my dad is good at going to the doctor because he'll be like, no, it really fucking hurts. Yeah, it's really bad. And then the doctor's like, well, this white man in his 50s, is saying this is, here's a specialist. Like, it works really well if you're just like, no, it fucking hurts. It's painful. Even if you overemphasize, it works. But having to continually advocate for yourself. It's why there's a fascinating, horrifying phenomenon where like, if you're worried about your kid's health condition and you want the doctor to take you seriously, you bring the father in. Because like the mother comes in and the doctor's like, oh, she's worried. Oh, he doesn't have much energy. And he's like really pale and he's cold, like whatever. But the husband is worried. Like that's how you know there's a problem. Major theme of the Northern Line food poisoning saga. I vaguely heard about that, and it's, as a non sequitur, so incredibly funny. And then, of course, medical racism, of course. Yeah, where it's, like, horrific. Didn't, like, Serena Williams almost died in childbirth because she was like, this is really painful, and they're like, it's fine. And they're like, oh, shit, you're about to die. Um, yes, Fanon has a really interesting paper on this. It's one of his like early work. I think it was for his like original thesis that they like completely rejected. Um, it's the something syndrome. It's a great piece. It's a great piece. It's very interesting. Um, um, it's like the Algerian syndrome. It's something like that. I'm blanking on it. But he talks about that like the French doctors would treat, and he's saying this as like a French physician in Algeria, that like French doctors would like have this fake like syndrome for like when, you know, a colonized subject like Algerian would come in and say like, oh, I have this pain that's like too vague to specify as like a broken arm. And it's like, oh, they must be malingering. Oh, they must be making it up. And that like he talks about like the daily deaths of the colonized subject, of like these daily reminders of dehumanization. The, you know, the death on the train when you see the a billboard that like has a racial caricature in it. The death when you go to work and a French person refers to you in a derogatory way. You know, like these daily deaths have a very negative physical impact on people, that are likely like a part of, likely a part of the malady in the first place. It's not colonized people syndrome. It's like a term that French doctors used, so it was not. It's a great. I need to read that again. What is it called? North African syndrome. That's what they called it. 1952 essay. So the French doctors would be like, oh, they just have, you know, he's got the North African syndrome. That's why, you know, he's saying he's too tired and he feels terrible. It sort of reminds me of that, like, that term, I believe it's in like British medicine that they doctors came up with, called shit life syndrome, which is tangentially related, I guess, but it's just when someone is like, your problem is that your life is shit and I can't really fix that. You can't fix that at him. That is a part of Fanon's, like, not critique of psychiatry, but that like you can't really. He talks about this with I believe this is in. Is this in Wretched to the Earth? I think. Where he gives these detailed accounts of like one of the accounts is him treating as a psychiatrist like a French torturer, whose job it was to fucking hook up car batteries to like, you know, Algerian FLN resistance fighters like balls to like torture them. Like, and obviously that's gonna fry your fucking brain if you're not a sociopath. It probably will anyways. Like I can't imagine a human can function in a healthy, not like having regularly being encouraged to do that. And the point that Fanon broadly makes, this is about both the people who are being tortured and broadly, you know, and people who are torturing as well, is that like, you can't fix these people. Like, you're going to send them out into the colonial context and they're going to get re-traumatized. There's no, like, the solution is in that sense not medical. The source of those those neuroses, the inability for the brain to function, for the psyche to function properly, not the brain, stem from a political problem. I think Adorno also kind of makes a point like that, I think, in a more interesting way. Basically what Fisher says. That's the thing about Fisher, is it feels like he's kind of saying things that people have already said. A lot of when Fisher's interesting stuff, it feels just like a rearticulation of like, a lot of it's like 70s French thinkers. And you also got some like early, you know, German Frankfurt theory. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you could connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription that you can use on me. It's much appreciated. Everything's already been said, is what I'm saying. There's nothing else to be said. It's already been said. And it's over. And the best you can do is just be like, this is an interesting thing that this guy who lived 50 years ago said. That's what I'm saying, basically. This is such a cool tweet I saw on my timeline. Hot chicks going viral because they are not political is becoming one of my favorite internet trends. What is the Emiru stuff? Can someone explain that to me? Emiru was like, oh, if you need a fucking Twitch streamer to tell you that ice is bad, then you're an idiot. And then everyone was like, we need to drone strike this lady's house. And then she was like, I'm sorry, question mark. And then it seemed, yeah, I mean, that is how you know that woke is coming back. I've said this before, that woke coming back is a fake, stupid concept that doesn't mean anything. But also that like, but also like the fact that she's had to do what she did is a reaction. Yo, premium 50% off. Wow. Yeah, she's obviously the most like obviously chud coded like lady streamer. Just her not wanting to burn her audience crossover with Asmund. Yeah, I'm sure. But yeah, I'm fascinated by this list of people. It's funny that after all what happened with her, it's so funny that they let her hair look like this during this. Like she just fucking got out of bed. It's funny that she eventually walked that back, and now like just everyone thinks or like thinks implies it's like a false belief. They must have been fucking with her. I'm sure she did. I'm sure if she knew this is what she looked like, she would have like it's an ironic post. I don't fucking, it's impossible to know at this point. It's impossible to know. I think a part of like, what is that to America A and America B is like the right and the left, you know, rural, urban. Which one is which? I can't remember. But like America B, I'm assuming is the chud one, for the sake of the thing I'm saying, has lost so much culturally. We really are back in Trump 1 with this. Like when they won again, they thought that they would be able to say the R word and be able to say slurs and it would be fine. Like everyone would finally like them. And like it seemed like that was kind of vaguely the case culturally for like maybe a month or two, or like it was trending towards that for a month or two. And then they got way too confident, and it's like, no, we're back with like, you know, everyone's seen it. The Ted with double D's, thank you. I am gay. I'm America A, CAB. That's exactly true. That's the truth. That's a truth. That's crazy how close Ted was to getting the operation. Could she transitioning would have saved her? I mean, honestly, genuinely, probably yes. That probably is true. But yeah, like of people in America B, which I'm assuming is the chud, just assuming that oh, you know, clearly the alternative lady is like has my politics too because she's cool, and it's like you have nothing. You have the guy who's like in the halftime show, they're like, I just want to catch my fish, drink my beer. That was so cool. I kind of love that. Like it's kind of camp. Do you know what I mean? I just want to catch my fish. I just want to kiss my fish is good. Kiss my truck. This is like, we're bringing back YouTube poops.
I just wanna catch my fish.
Exactly. Yeah, it's good. You had the Bad Bunny. That's another thing that's been happening recently, is just Bad Bunny. That was great. I think I didn't stream since the Super Bowl halftime show. Maybe I watched his acceptance speech a bit late, and it affected me deeply. I cried a lot, although I've just been emotional recently. But I was like, that's really sweet. It was actually a good moment. Somehow, actually a good moment in the Oscars or in the Grammys. That's the one. I feel like I've listened to Bad Bunny for a while. But I've been doing a lot more recently. It's great. It's a great. Debí tirar my photo, which I'm butchering the pronunciation. I don't know how to do the Spanish R, and I refuse to learn. It's not that I refuse to learn, it's that I try to learn and it doesn't happen. Unfortunately, I just don't know how to roll my R's. I'm like, like some trans women will be like, I'm a genetic voice, hun. I'm always gonna sound like a man. That's how I feel, but about like my English accent, or like Canadian accent. I'm a genetic Angloid. And I mean that in a derogatory way, not in a... Because that sounds like it's getting real race sciencey. Although I guess genetics are, so it's not really, but you know what I mean. The French R isn't too bad. They're like, ugh. The rolling, I can't do it. I can't do the rolling. You'll never be French. I'm French. I'm part French on my mom's side. Just because... related to like at least half of Quebec, because it's all just like the 8 families in New France. Frenchness is matrilineal. I actually do agree with that. I do think that's true, and I do think that Serbian is patrilineal. It's like a dad is Catholic, mom is Jewish situation. Like you kind of get both. And it is like my mom's. As far as I'm aware, it's like mom's is French. I think I get both. This clip is hilarious. It depicts the popular French Canadian streamer watching a nature video while broadcasting to her viewers. An activity commonly referred to as reacting. After having seen the clip, it's a classic. A brown bear appears. Liv sees the mammal. She explains, "Is that a brown bear? This is quite funny, as it is in fact a bear that is brown. This of course is a brown bear." This does sound like asking ChatGPT what Liv Agar is. It's like that's the response it'll pick up. XQC Cheeto Piss. My favorite XQC clip is when he's reading French and he's reading it in English, like in an American accent. And then eventually, or I guess Canadian. And eventually he's like, oh fuck, it's French. And then he switches. Here we go.
Chat, what does it say, chat? Beau par le flox Paris. Oh my god, it's in French. Jesus Christ.
Hey Felix, can we create some Luna Snow Eye pictures if you know what I mean? XQCL.
Laval's finest. And I actually do believe that. I do believe that's probably true. XQC is such a dumbass. I do think it was interesting, it has been very clear. XQC is like in this sense of also a very Zoomer coded influencer, in that I feel like 5 years or so ago, the standard XQC line was like, isn't he's doing such a funny character. Like, he's such a funny guy. It's such a good bit. And it was like, I don't know, like, I don't know, I'm not going to say that I saw it, but it seemed like, it's like, no, that is actually just who he is as a person. He's just like that. He is just a man-child. And he's existed in this universe, streaming, I can't relate, that insulates your man-child feelings. Really just allows you to continue being like that. Why are the Zoomers like that? It's just your life is on the internet. And so now when he started to become like, I guess he was like, he did a full on, he was like hanging out with Trump, wasn't he? Like he like helped Trump win the election. He took a shit ton of money. So just before he got banned in competitive Overwatch, right? Hanging out with Drake. The XQC Drake streams were all horrifying. But what was I gonna say? I can't remember. I can't remember. My brain is like not working today. I'm sorry. I don't know why this is. I was so like I'm like crashing. Like I was like not sleeping. My sleep has been so bad recently. It was like been 5 hours. I think my watch said my average this week has been like 5 hours. I'm just like not tired. Although no, the last like 3 days I slept a lot, which has been good. But before that it was like 5 hours. But yeah, it's not a surprise that XQC has pivoted in this way, because he is just a man-child who is stupid and has all of his opinions affirmed. Because it's like when he says something, everyone reacts to it. And it's like, well, this clearly means that the thing I'm saying is serious and interesting. And then that is just like the reward cycle that you get in. It's not good, folks. Chat, it's not good. This streaming business is bad for you.
I am gay!
Trulo, thank you. He is the most... Everyone is 12, but like... Especially XQC. That is the thing, he doesn't have like... That isn't how Quebecois people talk in English. XQC just like... slurs his consonants in a way that French people do when they speak French. Oh, sleepy. Maybe that's why I'm like so out of it now, is I've just been like on sleep catch-up mode. XQC is worst case scenario Quebecois. Yeah. That's exactly it. I still, every time I hear the phrase worst case scenario, I just think of that quote tweet of, it's the lady, the Sam Altman polycule girlfriend, where someone quote tweeted and said, worst case scenario, Liv Agar. Which is just, as a concept, is so fucking funny to me. Oh no, the page doesn't exist anymore. Sam Altman. You know what? It's so funny with Sam Altman that, like, did he get pardoned? Because, like, the hilarious thing about... No, it's not Sam Altman. No, Sam Bankman-Fried. Sam Bank-Run-Fraud. Sorry. Different. Did he get pardoned? Yeah, someone said, worst case scenario, Liv Agar. Because, like... hasn't he made all of the money back? Like, he was in an absurd amount of debt because he was reckless spending with people's money. And, like, the investments he made have facilitated... Like, he's paid everyone back. Which is so funny because all it means is, like, he could have gotten away with it. He really was quite close to getting away with it. He's a good investor, yeah. It's really fucking funny. But he's still, the law still is still. I'm so surprised that Trump wouldn't. That's like the easiest pardon of all those like insane, evil, unpopular pardons he's been doing. Yeah, hilarious. Maybe he didn't bend the knee. Yeah, presumably, because you got to do that. I feel like he would have, but that's the concept of Sam Bankrupt fraud having like too much political principle to like pretend that he loves Trump is like really funny. Good for if that's true. Good for him. It's so funny how much worse like the new Sam Bankrupt frauds, Sam Bankman-Frieds are so much worse than him that it's like it makes you yearn for like the Biden era crypto scammer people. At least he got the money back, you know. Yeah. All my apes gone. Bored Apes was such a funny little thing. I will say I will hand it to Bored Apes for like wiping out a lot of unearned, undeserved wealth. Not that there's any wealth that's deserved particularly. It's fake, you know, it's a joke. God's, you know. But from all of those fucking idiots who made a shit ton of money off of crypto, and like because there were very smart people who made money off crypto. Also, there certainly is. If you were on that early and you actually had a good reason to understand the value in crypto, good for you. There are plenty of people who were like, "Fuck, it sounds sick, dude. We put literally my entire life savings into that," and then they fucking 100x their money. Like, and those guys were like, you know, the next thing is, because I'm a genius investor, Bored Apes. I'm gonna put all my fucking money into Bored Apes, and then just wiped, you know, back to zero. And that's kind of beautiful. You know, it's all evil, and it all is contingent upon like people being sold alive, and especially being sold at like too late. Like those are the people who lost the most money. You know, it's a lot like the RuneScape. The first time I became aware of this sort of thing was RuneScape Ponzi schemes. Where it is just like you had this like trading clan where like the inner circle would, you know, they buy like you longbows or whatever, and they all buy them, and then they tell the rest of the clan to buy it, and that's when they dump. Like most of the people losing money, it's that, you know, this too is 4chan, everything is 4chan. That's the way it is. Are there so many RuneScape streamers on Kick? That's a good question. I don't know. I think there just are a lot of gaming streamers on Kick. RuneScape is just like a particularly like, I mean this in like a silly way, like degenerate type of game. It used to be like an insane center of gambling addiction. Because of the dueling arena, but they removed that. They also just have a better payout than Twitch. That is true. That'll also do it. But like there is something deeply wrong with a lot of like, especially RuneScape streamers. I watch plenty of RuneScape. Like there's been like a renaissance of RuneScape YouTubers, which is such a lame fucking sentence. But I feel like it was brought on by like Settled, the Swampletic stuff. There's just such a there's such a surplus of like really cool series. I really like the one the guy who's like hasn't quested in like 10 years and is like trying to beat all the RuneScape quests on Iron Man without any help. Like that's awesome. That's so cool. That guy's awesome. It's really good content, and people put a shit ton of work into it. Settle's new stuff, I do like the fishing, the sailing one. I think it's good. But the streamers, I think that they're slightly different. Like especially the PvP streamers, it's very hardcore, very not noob friendly. Like Oda Block is an extremely, I don't even know if he's chud coded. He's chud coded. I don't know if he's a chud, but it's very like that is a Kick streamer. that is a guy who like will do like I don't know if he actually does gambling streams, but like if he did, I wouldn't be surprised. Chunky Nil is a good one. Yeah, there's a couple really good ones. I really like the Relicalox guy, but I think he takes so long to make. I watched like that whole series when I was sick in December, just like front to back. I was like dying. I like could not leave my house or could not leave my bed. I was like so ill. And I was like, this is a great fucking series. Yeah, it's always cool when like sometimes you just want to be able to watch supplementary content to a game you play. Like I've been meaning to get back into Path of Exile too, because I feel like I have like 100 hours of it on like the earlier, like the 1.0. Like haven't really played it since. There's like a new class now. Oh, there's 2 new classes. There's Huntress and Druid. I did not color match my Labubu. I got it from the website, and it was a random, it's a loot crate or whatever, and it was just meant to be. We got the same. What was I gonna say? I can't remember what I was talking about. Oh yeah, but there's like no content for Path of Exile. There's no YouTuber. Like, there's very few like Path of Exile 2 YouTubers, I feel like. And it's usually just people talking about like really specific strategy stuff that I find at least less interesting. It's just like tier lists and it's just builds. Is it 2 months or so? Maybe I'll start playing then. Owners to resemble their Labubus. Yeah. Exactly. Makes you think. It's naturally compatible Labubu. It makes you think, really. What else has happened since I've been gone? It's been 2 weeks. Surely there's more stuff. I can't remember. World of Warcraft Midnight. I don't know what that means. Xbox died. RIP. Has there been new Epstein stuff? Everyone is so cooked now. My hairdresser lady who's like lib coded and she's nice, but she's like got into the Epstein stuff and she was asking me if QAnon was real. And it's like, okay, I think everyone's just belted now. It's just all everyone's, it's the thing I said before. I thought the Epstein files is like a Chud victory. It's a Chud victory because everyone is just gonna like respond to all this by just becoming conspiracy theorists because like people don't have a structural analysis to make sense of this sort of power. So it's like, well, it's satanic or something. They use it's a conspiracy, and if we get rid of all the conspirators, surely the exact fucking same thing won't happen again because of the economic structure. You had a therapy client say they're thinking about taking their kids out of school because of Epstein files. That is the thing I think of in relation to like I think, is it specifically cognitive behavioral therapy? I think a lot of modern psychology, I feel like it's too nice to the patient sometimes. I understand that the empirical data is, sometimes you just need the psychoanalysis. You just be rude. Oh, that's a really interesting idea. Have you considered not doing that? You fucking idiot. I understand people will just leave, so I understand the argument. Oh yeah, Sasan yelled at for libs because he said he would vote Green Party if it was Newsom versus Vance. God, it's like Newsom isn't even the fucking candidate. You know what? I would say it's so funny that I believe in liberal democracy more than these fucking liberals. Like, if I think about what my vote would do, I would think of it as like a way of exerting power, a way of actually having some sort of power, say, in politics. But these like Democrat liberals are so fucking cynical that they're like, no, you have no influence over the Democratic Party whatsoever. And any implication that you have any influence in it at all, you know, by doing the one fucking thing you can actually do as an average voter, which is withhold your vote. That's actually like, you know, that's actually like you love Donald Trump and you think that fascism is cool. It's like, that's called exerting your power in a liberal democratic institution. Like, that's like, that's what you're supposed to do. Like, if there isn't a party to represent you, you don't vote. And then the more people who publicly do that, maybe parties will represent them more. It's so myopic and such a specifically absurd, like, American, I think, thing. I mean, people do it in Canada too. It's like functional two-party system. Yeah, I mean, if you're so worried about Hassan voting fucking Green Party because, you know, he's not going to vote for Gavin Newsom, then maybe you should, you know, not elect Gavin Newsom. Maybe you should help facilitate Gavin Newsom not being the candidate. Maybe if you actually want the fucking left to do what you want them to do, you stop scolding them. This is what I don't fucking understand about these people, is they're so fucking optics brained. They're so obsessed with optics. They're like, Black Lives Matter. Oh, I mean, some of them said this at some point. That's too controversial. It's bad for optics. You know, defund the police is bad for optics. We got to make sure the optics. And then the second that they actually encounter a situation where optics matter for how the left votes, they don't give a fuck at all. They do not care at all. They again and again has been demonstrated that this scolding technique doesn't actually work to make leftists vote. Like, people who are left of the Democratic Party vote for the Democratic Party. It doesn't fucking work. It, in fact, antagonizes those people even more. And yet, for some reason, these people never fucking learn. Optics only matter when you're trying to placate fascists. When you're trying to placate the mythical never Trump Republican. That's when you have to care about optics. It's just such a profoundly stupid, myopic position. And the fact that we're just gonna just Americans are going to just continually play this conversation out again and again and again until the fucking earth collides with the sun, is engulfed by the sun, is just so depressing. The long 2016, yeah, the long 2016, it's never over, never will be. Mr. Bursum, thank you. Never look on 7 out of 10. Truth nuke. Truth steroid, as they say. Truth-mageddon. It's so depressing, man. Still waiting on Winds of Winter. Don't worry, guys. George R. R. Martin has actually secretly finished both of those books, and he doesn't want to release it because he's worried that people will be mad at him. As if I posted someone at that like take as a viral tweet. As if like the thing that if George R. R. Martin wanted people to not be mad at him, the thing that he would do is withhold fucking the Winds of Winter. Like, it's so funny. It's so fucking stupid. See, I'm letting myself get rage baited. This is why I need to log off of Twitter now. Again, is I'm letting myself get rage baited by these sort of posters. Yeah, he doesn't release it because it's identical to the show, even down to like all the nonsensical character motivation. Yeah, he's like, oh, fuck. I thought you guys were gonna love this. Well, okay, well, if everyone hates it, I guess I won't release it. The Oily Blackstone, it was Empire of the Dawn or whatever. Truth nuke. There's different types of Oily Blackstone though. Like, I think it's a coincidence. It could be a coincidence that that's Hightower, right? What is that city called? It's been a little while since I've delved into like Essos lore. Well, it's Westeros lore, but why am I still on Twitter? I don't know. Old Town, thank you. Tilted Towers. I was telling my friend this. I should post more Song of Ice and Fire stuff. Just become like a part of a Song of Ice and Fire Twitter. No fun browsing Blue Sky. It's washed. It's just not. It doesn't have the sauce. It's not as interesting. The problem is like, okay, well, it's objectively morally better, but it's just like, how about we take the parts of Twitter? How about we remove the parts of Twitter that make it interesting and worth posting on, but like also remove the Nazis? And it's like, okay, I mean, I'm happy for you if you post there, if you find get different value from a social media website than I do, but like, not for me. It's Twitter or nothing. And for a while, I've been doing nothing, and it's been much better. So maybe I should go back to that. This is fascinating. Sorry, I'm looking at these comments again, just in the middle of live streaming because I'm good at my job. They're like, it's bad to call a woman goon bait. It's like, all you freaks seem to think it's impossible to articulate that you're attracted to a woman without saying, I love jerking off to her. Fundamental misunderstanding of male sexual such theory of mind. Which I think is awesome. It's the thing I said before, is it's like, that is just fundamental to the male psyche. Is like, no, I have to be able to sexually harass women. There's no possible other way for me to say that I found a woman sexually attractive. It's like, that is how men are taught to constitute their gender, and they're continually encouraged to do so. And they are given the freedom, the power to do it, to harass women in these ways. And so when you're like, you need to stop doing this evil thing, it's like, you have to understand that the fundamental way that I am constituted at a base level means that I have to call random 20-year-old Olympians goon bait. It's why, like, you can't deal. The solution here isn't to appease these people. That doesn't make the situation better. Because if you try to appease them, they're going to simply use that to take more. Because it's like, that's in my nature. It's the it's a fundamental component of male sexuality. Which, of course, that individual, if they knew a little bit more about me, would surely think that I would understand male sexuality based on how they constitute. Surely I should be able to understand it. Unless that person's a lot woker than I expect that I assume them to be. But I mean, that's how a lot of times this sort of sexual difference is reified. Is it's this thing of like, well, you must just fundamentally be different than me. At a basic biological level, surely that's the case. Surely it's just, I am a natal male and you are a natal female, and that's, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. When of course the system they're using to delineate that, I wouldn't be in that category where I would be alienated from that sort of knowledge. And yet, wouldn't you believe they still made that assumption? They still made that opinion. Because that difference isn't just based on some like really, really basic, biological fact. It's based off of the social category of gender and sex, and how it is actually mobilized, how people are raised, taught to understand themselves, and are continually actively encouraged to do so, based upon systems of power, right? Like, the rape culture doesn't just come from, like, some, men are just, like, taught that they rape. Like, they're able to do so. They are taught to do so, they are encouraged to do so, and then they are able to. They succeed. It's it's a power relation. Yeah, and it's interesting. I feel like sometimes I see a lot of like I saw this in the replies to my thing of like that this is like terminal porn brain, and I actually think that people blame porn a lot more than they should. This is a hot take, I guess, that like it's not as if porn doesn't make these sort of people worse. It's that like that is always going to be like the videos of people fucking and the extent that it makes people worse is always just going to be an extension of the society that those videos are produced and consumed within. And so it's like, well, yeah, I mean, you could look at, there's a study, you could find a study that's like, I remember reading some study about like young men who consume porn related to like violent choking, for instance, are more likely to have a desire to do so, and like a pathological desire, like to non-consensually do so in sexual situations. And it's like, I mean, certainly it's making it worse, but like the reason why men have such a high on average prevalence of wanting to do that, it's a reverse causality, yeah, is because of the social, is because of the system of gender they are raised within, they are actively encouraged to continually participate within. And it's also like, yeah, like desire is a really hard thing to empirically study because like desire is a hard thing to empirically study because you can only like in an empirical situation you can only look at someone's behavior and then someone, you know, I mean, if you're a behavioralist, you only look at someone's behavior, but and then also have someone reports their feelings, and a lot of the times for a multitude of reasons that can be really unreliable. Yeah, so it's like, of course you're going to say X group has more of a desire to do Y because they do it, but there's a lot more than simply them wanting to do something, them having a desire to do something that turns someone wanting to do something into someone doing it. Do you know what I mean? And maybe those other causes are not more important, but quite important. And there's plenty of, I think, conceptualizations of desire where those aren't fully, you know, it'd be silly to make a flat distinction between, you know, what someone is allowed to do and what someone has a desire to do. It's one of the reasons I just think that like moralizing, a lot of moralizing about sex is just like not only not useful, but just like empirically wrong about how the psyche works. Yeah. It's like sissy hypno for masochists. Well, sissy hypno is sissy hypno for masochists. But I see what you mean. But what was I gonna say? Yes, exactly. That's a good analogy. Is poor people have a far greater desire to rob from convenience stores than rich people. Yeah, I do think this happens with a lot of people who over moralize like a thing that two consensual adults do in a bedroom. Is oftentimes it's just like they have desires within themselves that they're deeply ashamed of, and it's like you just kind of project it outwards. It feels better to attack someone who maybe even in certain instances has like a similar sort of desire than yours. A similar sort of, or has a behavior that like you have a desire to want to do that you're deeply ashamed of and trying to repress. And that's like it's defense mechanism that you've developed because you were told, you know, X desire is like, well, this is bad or immoral, whether that's for a secular reason, but oftentimes, especially for a religious reason. That's like, use abuse discourse. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I find so fascinating about that sort of thing is like a lot of the like, it's so annoying because it's like I don't want to defend men in the like BDSM community. I think you can make this point without having to do so. Because it's like, well, let's not go that far. Not even to say that those sort of men are especially worse necessarily, but like, they're still men. I don't know. But that like, men is abuse discourse, that's a much better discourse. But that like, I think people are wrong about like where us like, yeah, I don't know. It's a hard nuance to me, because you can definitely see how that dynamic could facilitate someone, more power for someone who does want to do bad things. And I feel like it'd be silly to not at the start recognize that that's possible, especially in like a heterosexual, or particularly in like a heterosexual kink dynamic. But I think it misses the fact that like there are plenty of instances where it's not only like fine, but it's like quite good for people. And I mean, that's the problem with like, it does almost feel at a certain level of like, you just, if you don't get it, you don't get it. Like the people who need to understand at the very least, or witness in some sort of way, a kink dynamic that is like problematic in that sense of like, you know, there's a big power imbalance in the whatever's happening. The people who need to experience or understand one of those dynamics that is like deeply rewarding for the people involved in it are the people who are never ever going to possibly conceive of either, especially participating in one, but even just like seeing one exist. It's always going to be that defense mechanism there. Yeah. Depends on what bad things. Men doing bad things to women is culturally supported. Yeah. Wait, in relation, wait, I always forget what I'm saying at least 5 seconds after I've said it. All kinksters just want to kiss their fish. That's true. Are there any legal kinks that are worth shaming? There's a really annoying old joke of like, what if someone's kink is kink shaming?
I am gay.
Play Money Crusher, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Any legal kinks? What if the legal kink is like a white guy who's hooking up with like a a woman of color and is asking to do race play? I think we can. I still think, you know, 2 consenting adults in a bedroom. But if the white person is asking to do race, that's a problem. That's my line. Is that Bill Maher? If you're in that position, it has to be the other person who asks for it, and you're like, sure. New rule. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying I'm making a new rule. New rule. I really don't want to see the Bill Maher new rule on race play. I'm happy if he hasn't made one. I'm happy that we've been spared the Bill Maher race play new rule. Which is also how I feel about transphobia play. Or like homophobia play, you know, if a cis person is swimming with a trans person is like, how would I call you be in bed? You can't do that. Surely that's not allowed. Yeah, 2 consenting adults in a bedroom, it's fine. People are enjoying themselves. It's a safe environment. It's good. But I think one of the main components of like people who over moralize those sort of situations, what they like fail to realize is that just like there is more to the psyche than simply the ego. I wonder, like, what is the psychoanalytic conception of OCD? I feel like it's a pretty easy one to think of. Maybe I wonder. Maybe psychoanalysis isn't like particularly good at treating OCD. I do wonder at a clinical level its usefulness, because I know like cognitive behavioral therapy doesn't work especially well for OCD. But a part of it is it's like someone has a thought in their brain that is antithetical to how they view themselves as a person, their values, and they're deeply shocked by it. Morality OCD, yes. That is the thing, like people, you get this every once in a while. Is OCD trauma-based or brain-based? Is that a meaningful distinction? Is that it could be. I'm not, it feels like everything is more complicated than that. I don't actually know though. I don't like, there are clearly clinical entities that are much more likely to be caused by trauma, and ones where it's like, I don't know, you know, it's genetically both of your parents had bipolar or whatever, so it's probably gonna, although I think bipolar, it's another one where they're actually not sure. I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I know there's a genetic component to OCD, and I think it shares a similar cluster with, like, I think it's autism, anxiety disorder, some anxiety, generalized anxiety disorder, and ADHD. Maybe a couple others. There's certainly a genetic component there. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but that like people, I think internet Zoomers are a lot less, oftentimes a lot less accepting of OCD than they might realize. So you're saying my mom's OCD is why I'm autistic? I'm saying that there's certainly a genetic crossover there. If it's not purely physiological, then psychoanalysis might help. Right. I see the, yes, that makes sense. Because that was a big problem. There's a big problem for psychoanalysis. You know, when they started giving people like lithium as a mood stabilizer. Right? It was like, this is clinically much more effective than just giving someone psychoanalysis. What was I going to say? I can't remember, but I remember it being interesting and something I wanted to continue talking about. Oh yeah, like morality OCD stuff, where someone will have like a racist anxiety, for instance, where they're like, oh, I have this like racist thought that keeps coming into my head. And it's like, well, it's a OCD thought, and it gets particularly worse because they're upset about it. People get like, this is one theory. Actually, I don't know. I can't remember if he or the person I was talking to about this would want it to be, because it was like speculation, but I believe it. They convinced me. I'm pretty sure like a lot of the times you'll get like the James Cantor types who are like clinical psychologists that study pedophilia, and they'll talk about this ideal of like the ethical, Cantor calls it a gold star pedophile, which is horrifying, of like someone who has pedophilic desires but doesn't act on it. I do wonder, stealing it from someone I know, this idea from someone I know, if a lot of those people do just have OCD, because that is a form of OCD, is people convinced that they're a pedophile, and it's treated through OCD. They're like, oh, I have this persistent disturbing thought in my head, and it's treated through how you treat OCD. I would not be surprised if that was like a lot less bad than what I thought gold star pedophile meant. I mean, it could mean a worse thing, but the fact that it is a term that he has said is bad enough. You know what I mean? That's already bad enough. As is. I was saying this to say that, like, one of the reasons people oftentimes moralize things that two adults can do consensually in a bedroom is because they have some sort of desire that they feel every once in a while that is deeply discordant with their ego, with their sense of self, with their values. that they're deeply uncomfortable with, and think, well, if I have this desire, it must mean that that is who I am. Which is not how that works. The psyche is a bit more complicated than that. And yeah, I do wonder, I don't know. I wonder what the data on that is about, what was I going to say? Maybe that's a meaningless statement of like, is OCD simply, a much more severe feedback loop of thoughts that people generally have? Because sometimes people will say like, oh, I'm OCD because it's the meme about like guys holding the baby. It's like the Wojak or it's a Rage comic, and then like has the thought about like slamming the baby against the wall, and then it's like, oh, I won't think that anymore. Whether it's like someone with a particular temperament reacting really negatively to those sort of thoughts and creating a feedback loop, or whether it is something, I guess, more physiological. I don't know. I don't think there's a way to define that. Yeah, probably not. I think it's a meaningless, non-empirical distinction. Yeah, I mean, that is something interesting about it. I think a lot of psychology is like what defines an entity or not is like they're pretty fast and loose with it. Like sometimes you have like especially speculation about like broader, neuroscientific causes for certain things. What is it it's a term in psychology, like the extra sensitive person? It's not extra sensitive because that's just ESP. But it's like, oh, like their amygdala is bigger, so it's like the emotional reaction is much stronger. Soy. It's a soy. No, there's a specific term I can't remember. It has like, is it itself a disorder, but it has a lot of like co-occurrences with like anxiety, depression. I don't think it's empathetic. It's a word sensitive, isn't it? But like for the most part, what a clinical entity is they have hypersensitive person. Is that it? Maybe. Is that they have a set of symptoms, or behaviors that are, not neurotic, because that's the psychoanalytic, that are dysfunctional. That's the metric. And then they just find that this cluster of symptoms is effectively treated in this way. And that's kind of most of it. that's really all the requirement for clinical it's very practical. Do you like pho? Of course. There's lots of good pho in Vancouver. We love it, don't we, folks? We love pho. Have I heard of Bo Pho? Fuck off. Fuck you. Like, it's so, you have to try harder than that. You have to try harder than that. I'm sorry. I feel like it would be interesting to do psychoanalysis. I just feels like such a nightmare to find. It's like, I don't know. Do schizoanalysis. I mean, that's not a thing you can do, is it? That's not like a disciplined clinical. That is one funny Deleuze fact. That's not the case with Guattari, but Deleuze was like terrified of Guattari's like clinic. Like he was not especially. He was kind of afraid to be around mentally unwell individuals. Met one of my friends got him with an up dog joke. You think you can get him with a bofa? I think so. Yes, Watari used to drive Lacan to his seminars, right? That's like hilarious Lacan or Guitar lore. That's a one that someone has got me with. If you want to try harder, is Lacan these nuts? That was years ago. It's still stuck with me. Yeah, that is another thing I feel like I'm always surprised about with the institution of psychology, is like a lot of the time, you know, something replicability crisis. Well, I fucking nailed that word. I'm proud of myself. That like a lot of like not truism, but like established knowledge in the institution is like a lot more flimsy than I think some members of the institution treat it as. That it is at the end of the day, it's just like, yeah, it's a structured form of talk therapy that like has been shown to have results previously, and you know, therefore is useful to continue doing. I don't know. I'm sure there are plenty of clinical psychologists that have a similar attitude of just like, yeah, it works. You know, we've developed an empirical mechanism that works pretty well. Talk therapy is just really fucking good. As it turns out, we are social animals, and talking through your problems. It's a Freud. It's a Freud W. And I mean, one of the differences between like psychoanalysis and like whatever framework is by clinical psychologists is psychoanalysis takes like really fucking long time. You really got to get in there, get into someone's head. Freud does. That's the thing. No one talks about the many Freud W's, and like especially given how like the type of shit that they were doing in psychology and the side disciplines broadly when Freud was running his practice was fucking insane. Like the amount of things that he got correct, like how great cocaine is. I will say, again, I will defend Freud on this, that Freud was very likely probably self-medicating, if that's the term we want, his ADHD, and did not have the psychological to conceptualize it, because he was like, I took a bit of this and like I'm suddenly able to focus. Like all of my thoughts are so much clearer. When are you getting a soundboard? We need a million fas. Did you guys see that the video of Clavicular talking with who's the British God, what is his fucking name? British conservative, what is this? Piers Morgan, thank you. Did you guys see that clip?
Right, but I mean, I might argue.
Oh, this is such bad audio quality.
I'm curious what you genuinely feel.
Well, the thing is, Piers, I'm not political, and I didn't play the song, so that's kind of all there is to it, right? And I find it quite silly to me that you're with the #1 looks maxer, and instead of asking how you could ascend so that, you know, your wife wouldn't tweet out captions like, when my husband's away, Mr. Sud comes out to play, maybe if you asked me how to ascend, then that would stop happening to you. You know what I mean?
Which, by the way, There's so much going on in this clip. So much clavicular lore happening in this clip. The first is, and you know what? Admittedly, with this one, I have not independently verified it, but I believe it was Nick Fuentes fans that found like an Instagram post by Piers Morgan's wife where it's like, you know, when the husband is away, Suds comes out to play. And it's like a photo of this like jacked, you know, like personal trainer type. I don't know if that's real or not. I saw screenshots of it. Yeah, I mean, when the husband's away, Mr. Suds comes out to play. You missed a spot. Everyday sexism, not an object, but I want to be. Hashtag Speedo. And then he fucking hits him with the soundboard. The other insanely funny, I'm sorry, thing about this is that, was it? I guess it was aired because Clavicular is live streaming this when he was specifically told not to, and he only waited for, according to Clavicular, he's a fucking liar. So I guess grain of salt. But only started streaming when I guess Piers Morgan or his producer took out his earphone so that they couldn't inform him that he was live streaming a thing he wasn't supposed to be. And that's why this clip is so janky, because it's from the Clavicular live stream. I don't know, maybe they still aired it anyways, but it's incredibly like it's unreal. It's an unreal. I'm enjoying, like, there's a certain extremely Trump 2 component to Clavicular that it's like the traditional rules that even like the kind of grifting right-wing influencer people like followed is not something that a person like Clavicular follows. It's completely, you know, war of all against all. No moral social convention. It's like, I'm not playing by these rules. The only rule I play by is clout. Will this get me more clout? I don't care. Or anything else. And yeah, no, I mean, I think it's funny that he's tormenting these people because I think they deserve it. He hasn't engaged directly with politics. I mean, like, he has been for a long time a large fan of Nick Fuentes. And he does just pal around with that sort of group of people. It does seem like he doesn't actually care, though. Like, he is so self-obsessed and so narcissistic that he's like, it doesn't, like, thinking about politics too much is like cringe. Like, it affects your looks maxing outcomes. And he said that he's pro LGBT. He's like, I don't care, do your thing. And people are always joking that's like he's trying to get into fashion, so of course. But then he also said, was it on the Adam Freeland show? I can't remember, that like he's fine with trans people because it's like one more person I can mog. But he is firmly in the manosphere. He's a firmly, incredibly misogynistic person. He's incredibly racist. He can't stop saying the N-word. That was like a whole thing. When he was a part of the Cookieverse, which is Cookie was this like, what do I think about the elitist Jews? That's a great question. Portuguese01. That was a funny, I saw someone say like, people need to stop saying the Epstein class, just say like rich people. And I was like, is anyone saying the Epstein class? And it's like, I don't think so. Maybe Democrats are. That sounds like a Democrat thing to say. Haas and ACP types are saying Epstein class. Yeah, because it is just a way of like, let's not make a symmetrical analysis of politics. Like, what is the economic system that exists that allows these incredibly powerful people to just like so openly abuse and sex traffic like children, like girls? It's just like these specific people who are in power are bad, and we should replace them with other people in power who surely won't be bad. It's like you're just going to reproduce you're going to get a new pedophile cabal. If you have these institutions of power, if you have, there's no good billionaires. There's apparently no non-pedophile billionaires. Yeah, that was did you guys see that Epstein, that XQC clip where they're talking about like, I need to hold on. I found it.
Kicks him out.
That's not that's Alex Jones. So you basically say Hitler was right. I wouldn't say that. No. No, I don't think I think you might be a little confused.
To be once you become like a billionaire, you become like a pedophile or something like that. What's going on?
Yeah, it's almost gonna scare, isn't it? It feels like, hold on, there's nothing to do late game. If all the billionaires.
What?
All-timer, XQC all-timer. There's nothing to do late game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is like one of the reasons I said on the QA episode, like, that's a Rousseau take, makes you think. One of the reasons why I said that the release of the Epstein files is like in the long term is probably like a chud victory is just because people are going to focus on conspiracy theories as a way of like dealing with this problem. It's not a structural issue. It's not it's not a necessary, obvious product of the economic system that comes out of. It's like these specific Jewish billionaires. Because people just generally don't have a symmetrical analysis of politics and are not even introduced to one as a concept. It's just politics is when some people do bad things and some people do good things. There's no individual justice. Yeah, they're blanking out some of the like obvious, like Epstein will be emailing a guy and he'll be like, "Hello," blanked out, "I heard that you would like to purchase a child." And it's like, you're not protecting a victim there. Like, it's not. Plenty of brain dead only left is doing casual anti-Semitism. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a period. Like, I never thought I would say this, but there is like, it's like a very Haaretz coded, it's like that like liberal Zionist rag, magazine, Israeli, Israeli liberal response to, it was to October 7th, but like broadly to anti-Semitism, where it was like, if we don't want this to get worse, we should probably stop doing genocide. And it's like, yeah, that would probably help. If you wanted people to be less anti-Semitic, you should probably not have the Jewish state being like, we're going to Jewishly kill this group of people. Yeah. That did feel like it used to be a part of, like, let's say BDS, for instance, was like, you condemn anti-Semitism and then also Zionism. And it's like, I think that's still important. I think we should still, yeah. Even if it's even just at a basic rhetorical level. It's probably still, yeah. Yeah, it's not good, folks. And are we not getting the rest of the Epstein files? Probably just not, yeah. That was something that also drove me insane about Epstein file stuff, is that people think that like pizza was like a code word for children. It's like they're talking about it explicitly. They're like, I would like to purchase a child. They don't have to do the fucking code. Pizzagate is not real. You do not have to come out of this by saying that Pizzagate is real. You don't have to do that. It doesn't make any sense from so many different dimensions. But the worst of which is that, like, if you think that they are using pizza as a code word for children, you do think that Pizzagate is real. Which is a thing that, if you think about it on its face, is so fucking stupid that, like, even like the Trump one, like Prosobiec style, like controversial mega influencers eventually backed off. They were like, okay, you know, I was doing this for a bit to, like, you know, troll or whatever, but like, okay, no, it's not real. Odd uses of pizza? I mean, I guess so. My Instagram is just livagar. Yeah, the conspiracy theorists are like not right at a pathological level. I will use the anecdote. This is me copying Zizek copying Lacan of Lacan, the case of a jealous husband who suspects that his wife is cheating on him, is that, like, even when he is correct, the belief is pathological. Like, even when it's like, okay, this time you're right, there is the conspiracy here. The thing that you suspected before there was empirical evidence to indicate it, which doesn't make it better. That, like, you just happened to guess enough conspiracies exist that you got one of them right. That, like, it's empirically true that this one is right. The belief is still fundamentally pathological. Pizzagate wasn't around 2012. Was it 2012? I feel like it was after 2012. I thought Pizzagate was 2016. Yeah, it was like right before QAnon. But sorry, I'm being pedantic. Actually, was there a guy who shot at Mar-a-Lago? Yeah, that was 10 years ago. Someone got really mad at me in the Patreon comments for the podcast for saying that Charlottesville was 2013. And they were like, it just, like, no one corrected them. And it's like, I was 3 years off. I'm sorry. Like, it happens sometimes. Yeah, because it was Hillary emails, of course, which is 2016 news cycle. Yeah. What's on the BAFTA stuff? That just seems like a BOFA. BAFTA these nuts. BAFTA, you're done with these nuts. Yeah, got him. Got his ass. Cooked him. Owned. Anyway. The CIA Adorno, I was a part of it. I was a part of the CIA Adorno discourse. Okay, I was getting called a lib. Because it was like, well, Adorno is vaguely published, what was it that he, like, published something when he was in America in a journal that took CIA money. Yeah, it's like it's fucking Rock Hill accusing me of being a liberal and then being like a Lizardo guy, and it's like you are literally a liberal. Like, it's literally you're doing liberalism. Like, I don't, I'm, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I didn't realize he was a Lizardo guy. It's like, okay, man. Lizardo's whole defense of Stalin is that, like, based on liberal grounds, Stalin created a society that was valuable, worth defending, facilitated human development, etc. Like, giving up on Marxism, overtly giving up on Marxism. Yeah. Lizardo people, yeah. Anyway, we live in a very conspiratorial moment. I think a lot of that comes from the fact that, like, people feel powerless, and they feel like the only thing that they can do is interpret and understand. Like there's this really strong need to interpret and understand threats, but this complete inability to empirically understand where those threats come from at a structural level. Biden was a robot experiment. That's great. That's cool. That's a good theory. He's just started short-circuiting later on. It's a pretty bad robot. I guess, like, they replaced him when he started when he started being like that. That was the robot. You would think you would want a robot that would be able to pronounce words like ballot box. You guys remember that? When he told people to go to the battle box, and then he repeated battle box. The aliens weren't there yet. You're right. That's true. The next one they're gonna have the concept of, like, Biden doing the, like, LLM ChatGPT voice. Listen, Mac, that's a great question. Listen, Mac, as a journalist, your question isn't just amazing, it's brilliant. Anyway, what else is happening on the internet? If Gaza was the reason Kamala lost? It's very possible. Yeah, it seemed unlikely. You know who wasn't in the Epstein files? Biden. That is true. Biden was just being a war criminal for, like, the love of the game. He just wanted to. I'm not surprised if this was the case. I mean, they did such a profoundly bad job about it. It's so cool, like, that they, like, the Dem responses to blame leftists there. Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, it certainly cost her votes. I guess this doesn't say that they costed her election. I mean, it's, like, common fucking sense that it cost her votes. It was a complete fucking liability that the campaign took on for no fucking apparent electoral reason. Just completely out of touch with like, the voter base that she had and their rapid swing in opinion as the genocide got, like, more explicitly, like, brutal or worse. Who'd have thought people don't like genocide? I know. I would say it's an LBJ situation with, like, Biden at least, but, like, LBJ had the Great Society at least. Like, what do Build Back Better, the Bear Back Better bill? I don't. Okay, I mean, look, it did good things for child poverty. that were like broke back better. That's funny. That like were immediately wiped by Trump, weren't they not? Yeah, that was so funny, like Biden's pivot to wanting to be like a foreign policy president. And like no one, like when is the last time someone has brought up, that's crazy. When is the last time someone brought up Finland in a conversation about like American achievements? He got Finland into NATO. Like no one fucking cares. Like he thought that was going to be his legacy, was that he got fucking, like, come on, Mac, they're talking about, what was the quote? I need to find it. It's so funny. Biden, Finlandization of NATO. It's like a transcript from a conversation where like they're not being nice. Like they're not transcribing the conversation in a nice way. Like it's clear Putin wanted the Finlandization of Europe. He got the NATOization of Finland. Where's the full transcript here? Here is it? Maybe it's here. Is it here? I was asked about this about Finland and Sweden, which of their leaders came to White House. And I said Putin was looking for the Finlandization of Europe, and we're going to get the NATOization of Europe. And that's exactly what he didn't want, but it's exactly what he needs to, but it's exactly what needs to be done to guarantee security for Europe. No, this one's coherent. Where is the, maybe it's The Guardian. There's a specific interview he had when it was like peak, like Brandon Bunker. He was having a conversation with someone. I can't find it. Putin mixes up Sweden and Switzerland in NATO gaffe. God, remember that. Remember when he was the president. Sorry. That's my computer noise. I can't find it. It was very funny though. He made a very poor attempt. The Tom of Finlandization of Europe. Yeah, it's not good, folks. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription you could use on me. I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm tired today. Sorry, it's only 4 hours. Only 4 hours. I think I just need to catch up on my sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna do a bit less streaming because I'm doing more podcasting. You should listen to the QAA podcast on whichever streaming site you have access to. It's great. Probably just do every Sunday because I'm doing a lot more. I'm a co-producer now for the podcast, so that's exciting. I don't think it's on YouTube. I'm trying to put it, we're gonna put it out on like Reels and TikTok and stuff. I'm gonna get the reach, I think, a bit better, which is something I'm gonna work on figuring out later today. Because it's technically on YouTube, but like not really. But I'll just probably bring it back to next Jake's Takes Liv Gives. We should get a new one. Those are good. It's a very good like teacher bringing in the, like science teacher bringing in the like the Bill Nye when they're hungover sort of type of episode. Mood of GG on Twitter. Oh sure. Yeah, sorry. I haven't been looking at my messages. But yeah, so alright, Sasha. Sasha's cool. We love him, don't we, folks? We'll be back next Sunday. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be back later. Bye.